that extra little bit of firepower when it comes towards trading on the map and cross-mapping is really important, but we'll have to see how G2 get to use it. At the moment, you're kind of just seeing, hey, we're playing through strong solo lanes, both in Hans Sama and Broken Blade, but they kind of need to get a bit more done. Like, again, their top jungle is going to fall off relatively hard, and so I'm kind of waiting to see how they want to operate here. Because like, if Broken Blade is going into these fights, his targets are Jun, who's going to have ult, going to have a lot of lockdown, Jackie's who's going to be able to ult away from him, Noah who has good lockdown as well, so it does become kind of difficult for both Skumond and Broken Blade to find targets in fights as this goes on.
I mean, again, there seems to be a lot that has to be done in the early stages of this game to really get them moving with the comp as well. Broken Blade's trading still only with the Phage, and
see if we got audio.
See what he builds first item, Dak. It might be a stride breaker here. Get ultimate push here for Broken Blade. He just stands in the face of Closer.
Got the day off.
And starts trading out. Infinite Duress is up and available yet again. And Skumond, remember,
about to stream and watch some games.
Can join in any
the audio in the background is going to be the games.
Right
I watch all these games.
Looking for an angle as what he can find with that CC ult.
I'm going to try and play and watch. We'll see how I do if I feel like I can't really do it. I'm gonna wait because I actually watch these games. And G2 is one of my favorite teams to watch.
But in the end, down goes Lot for first blood.
They're just like, in my opinion, of all the years, I've been watching pro games and playing this since like the end of season 2. Season 3 would have been my first ranked season, I think. Or I could have done a whole year without ranked and done season 4. I don't quite remember when I started ranked. I always felt like I needed to be better, so I didn't do ranked. So soon I knew that. And I watched a lot of pro games, and over those years, the team, no matter who they have had on their roster, that has always been exciting to watch is G2. Some teams are really good, but it's like very methodical, and it's not really exciting. Like G2, I don't know why, if it's like coaching or reputation, they just do some crazy shit, win or lose, you know. Like it's fun to watch. Super exciting. Like they're about it. Even when they like stomp people, it's fun to watch. Like that's what I'm saying. Losing, winning, they make it exciting. Damn.
It has been a slaughter for Giant X the last couple of moments. Bottom dies, top goes down, and mid lane to boot. G2 looking angry in this next few phases.
Through multiple lanes, it's now falling apart. The early game that, if you look at stats for G2, the early game has been fantastic. Some of the best early game stats, while you and I were talking backstage, they weren't the best early game team, let's be real, on what we saw from G2's evidence. But at least the stats-wise tell the story of like some of the blood misery they inflict.
The funny thing was, the biggest criticism we had at G2 was, hey, we wanted simple to execute composition. Your tank top, your like damage coming from your bottom and your mid, and then you kind of got that follow-up engage from Skumond and Labrov generally on something that's a bit more engaged focused, but that's not what we're seeing. They've gone for like hyper early aggression that needs to snowball, putting pressure on themselves, but this time around they're executing, and I think it's kind of shown the growth G2 have had throughout this split, from going from, hey, you know, a new team replacing two of the most important roles in the team to now looking like a bit of a brick house that you try and blow over here.
And it's nice again when you see some of these strong units moving in. Closer has to be careful. It's a good handshake back. Skumond's here, and again, as he holds Closer in place, he does some good damage with that build-up of the Martial Steel. That's definitely not the right name. We're just going to stick with it.
It's awful. I was watching Broken Blade to see what he was up to anyway, because he's moving down, but there's the engage from Jun.
Oh, it's set up as well. Fate's Call going to be used too, but it's a double knock up into the air, but GX had this in the bag. Even with the ulti later out from LeBron, it's there as Skumond gets launched up, and in goes Jackie's. 3 quick kills. Giant X find one opening.
Brilliant stuff from Jun. G2 thought they'd be able to control the river, but Jun makes them pay for it. Broken Blade had started to walk down. He isn't playing with that TP, so was trying to cover for that play on the bottom side, but Giant X come alive and answer back.
Well, with that opening, it's going to be first Dragon here for Giant X, but trading back is big, especially when grubs are up. We might see a fight around that as Dagda. First, we're going to look at this fight because G2 walked in the river here and Pop Blossom was their enemy.
Yeah, just not respecting that Jun had that flash up and available. And also you can see this is Giant X understanding, hey, we have that teleport advantage. Let's try and play for these big moments where we can force G2 around the map. And the second they saw that Warwick was open in mid, they just knew they had that moment to get down, and see Skewmont not too happy with that series of events.
Not at all. Note that for G2, they didn't have the Wolf involved, but Ambessa in the end, the perfect setup for them. We come back with the reset, and G2 started up the grubs already. And with Broken Blade having that push that runs into Lot now, it means that it's just going to be grub o'clock. Not stolen there from Noah as he sent out the piercing arrow, but Skewmont in the end will clean this out. It'll be 3 grubs for 3 grubs, and we still don't have a decider here on the feat of strength in the early game.
Yeah, I think though this is where, from this position, Giant X have really gotten the tempo back in their favor now. They can start to look for pushes on waves. You're starting to get the items that you need to on towards like Noah to be able to contest the wave against Hans Sama, especially if you start to see set him up in mid lane at the moment. So I think this is where Giant X now can start to be a little bit more creative. They may just wait to try and use the TP advantages they have. So maybe they wait 2.5 minutes again before they have that TP for loss, and then they make the plays, but they definitely should be in a position to begin moving around the map better than they have in the early stages.
His gold was dead even. Well, pretty much 1,000 gold, but he's scoffing at really.
Hopefully that doesn't fuck with my computer.
Noah, as we, we're all celebrating at home for the time being. Noah's almost towards his second item as this poke Varus too. Gold even between 80 carries. The only big leads right now are between jungle and top. As that stride breaker is now finally complete. So there's a lot more wave push here for Broken Blade.
See, the biggest problem for G2 right now is the fact that you were pointing out Noah. He now has good mid push, which means that it's opening up Jun to roam like this with Closer. The thing that Giant X are most fearful of is the ultimate from Skewmont though, which can answer very quickly. So essentially what they're hoping is at some point, Hans Sama opens up mid and answers into Noah's push. GX should be able to win that push and then send all 4 members down to that bottom side of the map to look for some sort of big play on the dive. But we'll have to see if they're going to be able to get it. Because, again, if they ever misjudge how many people are on the map for G2, Skewmont can show up at a moment's notice, and it can all go sideways.
Well, around top, that's the potential for this to set up. Perfect execution, Buffett actually behind Broken Blade. Infinite duress, meanwhile, the Primal Howl is looking for the fear, and it misses. Good spacing now, the adaptation sets them up, but Jaws of Beast heals up for the time being. Broken Blade flashes, wants to get distance, gets the flash out, another Jaws of the Beast! He's healed up, he's bailed out, but Dougie gonna die.
It's something I can start getting paid
still
for.
find the reset in the end and take him down.
He survived for so long, he couldn't quite get it across the finish line. Now Lot doesn't quite have that TP available, so despite Broken Blade going down, looks like it'll actually be the Rift Tower that goes to G2 because of the amount of time he bombs.
Hey. See, it's a good game though. GX is spun it right there.
Waiting for it, flashes out now eventually, but Noah matches as well. The old Fnatic AD carry has his number as well as he's got all the stacks up and available. Caps is dead meat. Over to Noah, a lot of gold going over, and they commit hard to the bot lane.
Good job by Noah. Realizes here, look, I don't need to be on that top half of the map. Let's make the play towards Jackie's. They kill off Caps. They get this first tower as well. And now it looks like Lot going to try and somewhat keep control on the top side, but I think that tower, yeah, is going to be matched by G2 there.
I think in the end, it's actually G2 who, by the way, because of objectives, get it as... Hang on, Dagda, what's that smell? Jackie's has gotten low, but Broken Blade doesn't know there's another foe in his way. He wants to send him away. He infinite duress. Doing the damage here on the side. Keep overwhelming him. Yeah, and this is the problem. When you are not able to just out-sustain that DPS, the Warwick kind of just becomes dead weight. And unfortunately, for BB, consistently found multi-man opportunities on him in side lanes. It's now starting to cost G2 a little bit. The gold is still even for Giant X, but it's about opening up moments for Lot to start to get some much-needed CS back, get some of that experience that he needs, and find a bit of respite on the map. But we look at Giant X and we look at the politics. Noah getting gold before, but also Jackie's just circling this early game. Transitioning to now a 2-item, a little bit cheaply here with Jackie's is in a good spot. We just need to see Jackie's free grubs are going to help too, as Herald will also give them a little push in the right direction. For G2, committing to swapping sides and walking ever so precariously up to that wave. Already done the damage. In the way
really playing for that in the next little bit. So I think they will play for defending that top lane. Now, said, TPing onto this wave with but I think it's a little bit early for them. Like, the problem is if you ever TP on the wave, you can just go for it in church. And that's really to force people to
using the DP in the meantime. Very reserved right now, and you have to give them the faith of experience here in this game, that they're not just walking into this like before they say, hey bro, the night is dark and full of terror. There is the danger.
But it's also not full of terror. There's no reason to do it. They're just like, oh, they'll chill. But we need to get this vision right now. They can't stop it. Create pressure, cause issues for them. They have to go.
The Red Lady is great.
I said exactly. I have no idea.
No, you're exactly right, Dak. There is yeah, Hunt's on the now. There's no way to react. The problem with Giantx's confidence is there's so many players that just say no.
Having resounding as well. And you can see on Bessa, Cops on the top side, so Giantx now just get to the keep up the TP for long. He's completed, which could be huge in this fight, but still 4v5.
Artican gets him low enough. Broken Blade will have himself a blood hunt. Remembering as well his
doesn't mean that's for G2. Still investing more resources to deal with it. Lots of campaigning, lots to farm up, and this was what we denied this place. As long as they're able to find the moment, they also push it big into side, should be able to keep G2 at arm's distance and close out this game.
That Ambessa also, by the way, close to the Black Cleaver here in this game, and that's when those cooldowns become a little bit more sillier, and the ability to become so moving lockdown. They didn't know where Broken Blade was, so they couldn't actually commit to fully defending that. Plus, Jackie's been pushing on bot. Now, Broken Blade shows on top side. Oh, but look, Caps is coming up as well. You've got to run, Lot! The Infinite Duress is up and available, as you can see Lot is just trying to get out now using the public execution because there was no other way. Infinite Duress flushed away from as well. As I said, it's all there with the blood available, but then the Broken Blade is chasing with his blood hunt. His jaws closed.
Jackie should be at the top lane tower, though. They want to try and look for more cool making it look easy. So making them helping them get out, but still for Giantx, bottom lane turret, still in the position now to get this heard, right? Like, Ken was like getting 13 damage now and then. Like, still nice, but I don't think it's the end of the world. Do it. Whereas the bot wave is what G2 are trying to go for.
It's going to be taken away with the Ren. And Arakan, I mean, the disrespect is so vision in the river. Teleport's going to have to be burned, Dagda. Arakan started with a Kalista.
Yeah, they're trying to get in. They don't have vision to brawl. Here.
But how far can he go? Jack flashes in. He gets stolen up. That's going to be reset here as GIANTX group is 5.
Yeah, still though, they haven't actually reset it. GIANTX, can they actually get the steal here?
Out, in, out, in, out. Broken Blade from the back end. The Infinite Drake sent in with the platform from John! Johnny John!
Damn.
Set up and Hunt. Someone finds slot in the back end, and G2 are now trying to play front to back.
This is turned into a game over here.
GIANTX, their window in the sun is here! Only one withdrawal for now. G2 still on the back line. Broken Blade is hitting it. Another reset. Left alive, Caps ulti in, saving all alive, and the shores again. Broken Blade claims them all up, and Arakan is wiped.
Arakan is gone, but it's G2 still get to stand for that. The timers were changed. 15 seconds is a little bit of a long time to get back, but I don't think it's long enough. GIANTX, they're going to go back on the map, and they're team lining straight for that. What can Caps and Broken Blade do? You know ultimate against 4. GIANTX don't have that TP. Goes to start, but G2, they're back on the map.
For Broken Blade, he's skirting around the outskirts. Right now. Nice and 5.5
to 15 seconds makes you try and create a point of pressure on the ball half.
He's isolated though, he's isolated. That gives Skewmon a free target. As he returns for G2, they get another one.
G2 move down towards that bottom zone. Broken Blade's going to push. I'm actually this is how Skewmon is now going to make use of his planting. G2 still hovering. He's trying to draw GIANTX in. Like, I think a lot of people just say the immediate trigger pull here for G2. Like, you heard what upset Mickey kind of saying. Oh, from the skies, he just sits down. Skewmon back on the point. GIANTX are there. Should be able to move over again. GIANTX. Look a little bit here. And G2. Back towards this Baron. G2 are taking heaps of damage, and I'm watching towards no one else. Broken Blade takes it up, trying to crush it. He heals out Jules on the beat. He autos, but now he's down. The first one to utilize his Caps ulti. Sends away G2 has to get out with the Baron. Caps knows it's doomed. GIANTX know it's gloom. And Skewmon is looking for something else in the brush as he finds a
trade kill onto Noah. The poke bar, his cooldowns available. Skewmon gets the cleanse, an auto. Marshall poise that comes out of this man.
Getting even the Q there to make sure that he can get that W with the extra proc on that auto attack, just to make sure he can finish him off. But here, you see Baron taking, they turn on towards Rosenblade to finish him off. But the Jackies is in the back. They get down Hans Sama, but you're still getting a good amount of damage. But as everyone starts to chase on, Jackies just quite finished. But watch Q1 here. Goes here. Or sorry, goes into the bush here. There, uses the Q so that then he can get the Q. So then he can get the E rotation again. He gets the power E. So nicely played there by Q.
That final Q as well, that extra damage that comes from the Mortal Will and the Comet Spear. As well as playing that fight makes so much difference. Two Barons into the fight. Once again. Moves back to the side. Push, remember. Well,
resist, which is the difference maker there. So really well played. Yeah. Top goal. Then G2 off the back. They don't really have a huge amount of Barons left to move around the map, but they still are getting this game. Going for the ring. No, look, these three items deal a ton of damage. A little bit safer beside that play. Doesn't really care about damage.
Primal. Starfall back up and available. The range is massive as well, guys. From lane to lane, he can jump. It's never a solo Broken Blade, no matter how fast Skewmon is.
See if you can get a bit more of this pressure or damage onto towers, but don't need to overextend.
I feel like we're ramping up to that last fight. Again, I'm proud that Giant X, coming into this, a lot of people would have, favorites on G2, but you got to remember that Giant X started the season 3-0, and while they got a bit of a reality check with things ramping up, and I think Giant X slowing down, I think it was also, Molecule, shout out to our stats guy behind the scenes, who did so much work in showing us how situations flipped from week 1 to week 3. Giant X to G2, obviously G2 finishing near top of the table, was that we had this, Giant X that ramped down, G2 that ramped up, but the fact that Giant X still has an explosive start and a better start than a lot of people thought in the split.
Yeah, the Giant X certainly had a really good start. A lot of that pressure being from popping off as well. And we have seen their team great. The problem is kind of in games like this, which are slower paced and starting to drag, and how do you play it on the map? This is where, unfortunately, not having that veterans hurt you is.
Remember the Grand Starfall, he's always there! Into the draw once more! The Howl unleashes, and the fear is immeasurable.
I did not think this was going to be as stupid a combo. This is insane. I don't know, but it is working out wonderfully for G2. And again, there's not much pressure on the map for Giant.
Finally getting that tower makes things a little bit more difficult as well, and he's just gone back. He's gotten the extra upgraded boots thanks to the fleet, whatever the feet are. And now, 3 items. He had that before, but he's still what? Stacked up. He was able to space out the bailout. Onto Hansama, works! He revives, does enough damage as Giant X ran into the fray, and they will not be seeing the light of day. Closer.
This is a crazy game.
Two of his solo laners are now dead, and Broken Blade. Oh, he can smell it again. He chases, he sends out Closer while Baron now stands up, but it's Soul that G2 is going after today.
That might have been one of the most high-value Zhonyas I have seen in a long while.
True.
The fact that Caps gets rid of the public execution, dodges the Nico ultimate as well, and then is able to slide and glide his way out was picture perfect. And the reason G2 still had a fighting chance in that one, because Hansama didn't last very long, but you get to see it here.
Break it down.
Like, the second this pick board is doing a ton of work, because it means you actually can't really see what's happening. And as lock goes in, they assume, hey, this is hit, because Caps gets charmed, which is why Jun goes through, but Caps manages to then flash away, and still goes down. But you still got this Azir, who's in a perfect spot to get a ton of damage off, because everyone has to try and play into a soldier. You just don't have enough consistent DPS. It's just trying to take our to kind of deal with as well into mid lane means that G2 have to back it off, but still, they are keeping command of this game. It's so good, but it's
GG's. Man, watch some of this game. Sorry guys, I'm not gonna play just yet. I'm gonna watch some of this. The end of it.
just in time with
Shit is
Elder.
getting crazy.
G2 would get to keep this pressure up at the Baron book, and then
I would like to honor everybody.
You're trying to go in towards Broken Blade, Skewmon, Labrov, even with these big ultimates in those corridors is going to get you a ton of value. Giant X, they need to find some pick, they need to find some miracle if they hope to keep G2 at bay.
It's been a trialing game for G2, and for Giant X, big props so far. For staying in this, even when they're down in deficit, they too deserve some respect. 43k damage from Noah. And again, we talked a lot about Noah coming into this and how he's big, but right now we're going to talk about Jackie's and how he's feeling small. Caught out. Jackie's has happened before.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this game on.
You're dead for 62 seconds.
Yeah, Jackie's has been hacked.
Just for a little while.
Because
not hacky.
Broken Blade actually missed. Could be the pick.
I was talking about how that G2's games over the years of watching them, they've always been the most exciting team to watch. To me, win or lose, they always like.
They've got pressure down bot.
They're still looking for that bot lane
It's like if they're really ahead, they throw. Like I don't know, the games are just super exciting. I don't know, and there's like, it'll never be stale. They'll always be boxing. Like these fools box.
Can you end?
No handshakes.
I don't think they can. I think they're just trying to force Giant X back, but
Skewmon is going in with no health bar. He gets himself a nice little proc of his item, heals up to half. Hansamu is still attacking the turrets because Giants are not going in. They used all their buttons. They used all their buttons on the Wolf. So now set up with a hostile takeover.
They used all their buttons.
G2 have an open Nexus, but will not take it yet. Close is looking for a flank. G2 running for their lives. The run out includes the follow-up from the rest of Giant X, but G2 are already too far away. And they just called the bluff that there was no way for Giant X to go in.
Hansamu actually stood in front of his team because they knew Noah was the only one who had that ultimate available to lock them down, and Hansamu immediately cleansed it. So nicely done by G2 to keep Giant X at bay. And somehow, even though they lose Broken Blade, they managed to get double Nexus turrets off that push.
Right in front.
Yeah, G2 in playoffs is a bit of a scary beast.
We're not talking about Broken Blade, although 3,500 gold up for this Warwick. As I said before, Terminus, he needs to get his
Obviously, I'm like,
up, remember,
G2's not my favorite team. My favorite team's an NA team, but
and take the next time.
because naturally I want NA to do well. But they're my favorite team to watch for sure.
Coming up in 20 seconds, and G2 are
Like, I make sure I catch their games. Like, I watch all T1 games as well
The thing
too.
is, there's no
But
pressure on G2 because you have this big wave that's just going to push in on towards the bottom
I
side.
don't miss
And
G2
no
games.
Nexus turrets left, so that wave alone
Because they're
with
fun.
an ultimate from Humond could end the game. So Giant X have to be very, very careful as to where this Pantheon is going to be in a matter of moments.
Like, look, we're at 42 minutes, bro.
Approach from the left. G2
Back
starting
and
on the
forth,
right.
back and forth.
Skewmond is looking to Grand Starfall into the base.
He's going.
And Broken Blade will run as well. In he flies. The minion wave at the perfect place at the perfect time. Giant X at the back away. Broken Blade won't let him. The primal howl is in the way. And as he jumps into the base,
Let's go.
Caps has joined him as well. Lots and starboard. And Caps and Skewmond will take game one in primal fashion.
It's only a matter of moments. They didn't quite pad the KDA, but they did pad themselves a game, a win in this one. Very well played by G2.
G2, it was a classy game one. It might not have been clean all
That's
the way,
it.
but bloody ferocious. Those are the words you'll hear. As ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw to a quick break after this. See if GX can fight back in this best of three.
Broken Blade Warwick was sick. And the Pantheon. Jungle Pantheon. I'm probably gonna end up waiting for this guy.
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share it a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'll be right back.
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
See, and the thing is too is like each region has like their break time in between games and stuff, dude. And if you watch like the LCK with like T1 and stuff like that, bro, they take long times before they take the longest time between matches, I swear. And I don't like how the LPL doesn't ever fucking let anyone save their games. Like it's never on Riot Games replays. Like you gotta find it somewhere else.
Are you telling me you think it's gonna be something else?
I'm gonna wait and see. I'm gonna wait.
I saw you cheeky look at the items. As there we go. There's the Starfall. The Duress follows up as well. The Dog's in with a public execution, and Skumon now with another stop under turret will help out as Hans runs in, flashes for the Rand. The Poke Virus needs his cooldowns available. Skumon jumps in, gets the cleanse, and auto. There you go. And the martial poise that comes out of this wilderness, man.
Hello everyone and welcome back after a very exciting game 1, and I really want to break down here a play that is gonna get me even more excited for game 2, because for me this was the most banger play of game 1, and it kicks off here with this Atakan setup. If everyone remembers, G2 does have a lot of vision control here, and even though, as you can see, Azir is on the mid lane right now, GX
I'm going down for the breakdown right
number
now.
advantage over here, because right now Broken Blade is pushing this bot wave over here. So if you can play a little bit here, this initial engage from Jackie's fails, right? And now what's gonna happen is that everyone's gonna be resetting to find better positions. Atakan is still leash, but the person that I really want everyone to keep an eye out is Broken Blade right here, because he's gonna be doing a lot of silent hero plays. And as we can see, going forward, the leash is still there. Closer is looking for as much space as possible, and now BB, what he's gonna be doing is that he's gonna be zoning this chokehold right here. Jackie's just uses ult before Noah and June. They are really scared because now Broken Blade is just gonna loop around into this Tribe Rush, and he's gonna get a lot of space. And even though everyone knows how this play ends up with this Ambessa Vi finding a crazy engage on the backline, look at Broken Blade. Where is he? He's still in the backline. Jackie's is not in the fight. Noah's not in the fight. June is not in the fight. So even though you get a crazy wombo combo in here, no one from GX's backline can follow up. And right now, everyone was ready to scream that GX is winning this game. But right now, there's 5-man wombo combo, and nothing is happening just because Jackie's and Noah are not able to do anything thanks to Broken Blade's positioning. And as the fight rolls out, even though GX does get Atakan, from the fact that they had better positioning and everyone is still relatively healthy and the backline is still intact with Caps and Labrov providing Renata W, which is a broken ability, GX doesn't really get anything. And from a complete game-winning position with Atakan, just from the fact that G2 had great fundamentals and great understanding on how to utilize the map over here, G2 finds himself in a winning position, even though GX just secured Atakan. And now Dracos and Jack, I'm sure they're gonna enjoy picking up over me, so over to you guys.
Destroyed that buff.
Game 1 was a banger. It was such a pleasure to watch, and I think there's so many incredible individual moments. Really good.
I like that he pointed out like a play that
as well had a
was
really
like a threat play.
Oh my god, I don't know. The story of this game for me
like
was
the
just
spacing
individual
it created.
plays that G2
Like he didn't even land it. It was just the fact that he went in with it right there.
They just win the game. And this Pantheon and Warwick combo,
like they
in my head, okay,
split up like bowling pins, like he was a bowling ball. Like you seen how when he
that
drew around the circle, that's what it looked like.
Pantheon. Like, what are you supposed to do against
blown
that?
up.
And obviously, Skumon in the early game, it wasn't just the late game where he did damage.
Just to respect the space.
To do damage, and it was this early game too, the coordination with Broken Blade, and
this combo looks disgusting, no?
You gotta make a choice sometimes.
Into Warwick ult, I don't know. I don't think Lot played particularly bad. It just looked unplayable, to be honest, and he was so shut down.
Yeah, and I think, credit to Skumon for constantly like pushing on these angles. He had a lot of highlight moments. I think you can say that Noah fumbled the bag a little bit on that topside play, but overall, this was incredibly impressive. It delivered on the early game that we kind of know Pantheon can have, but then late game was still super clutch in the fight.
I'm gonna just keep this over here until
my
homie's done.
Sorry that you've been cursed to see that one. But it does, it either wins the game at one item or before one item, or it dies and does nothing. And this was very different than that.
It was a very different experience, and this is definitely the Skumon that I was more familiar with in ERLs last year, where he just looks so dominant. So I'm very happy to see him come back to form. I want to highlight, though, Noah and Jun, for me, they had a really good game. Jun, in particular, like his engages on the Nico, just he got the 5-man, he got the 3-man, he got just consistently these crazy Nico ults that in a normal game would be game-winning. But in this game, it wasn't quite enough. So in my head, if you put Jun on another proactive champion like this, and then Noah on more of hyper carry, I could see GX at least taking a game.
Definitely an angle, and we can take a look obviously in Fearless now. All of these champions cannot be played again. I don't think any of us had Warwick on our bingo, which in hindsight feels kind of dumb. But as you look at the champions that are off the board, right, 2 of the most lane dominant 80 carries in the Kalista and the Varus are gone, which, I mean, does that leave room for him to play a more traditional hyper carry, like a Jinx, like an Aphelios, maybe?
I don't know about Aphelios, but maybe a Kai'Sa or something like that. That was one of the picks that they favored before. They did lose, however, the Embess and the Vi, which you've seen the Kai'Sa paired up with. But I think something that has like more outplay potential, because you could see that in this game he was trying, but he was the one getting outplayed. And I think part of that is also because it's Varus champ. You're not very flashy. You Q and that's it.
When you push Q, Warwick pushes E. When you push Q, Pantheon pushes E, and then you don't do any damage. Yeah, it's a little bit hard. He still manages to have a pretty good impact despite that. GX are now on blue side, so focus on giving Noah that hyper carry, setting him up for success. Is there anything you can do about how dominant kind of the top side for G2 was in this game? Or do you just kind of have to take that one on the chin, say, it was Pantheon Warwick, and we go next?
I mean, I'm actually, if I was Giant X, I'd be kind of happy that Caps doesn't have a Zir anymore. Because it was just such a good, like, late-game insurance pick. Like, it became a point where Caps just walks on the screen and all of Giant X has to click back. Because they get so hard outranged, and Caps is so good on this Azir, he has so good movement, that it makes it unplayable for them. So now, without this late-game insurance, I mean, there's more of a chance.
Fearless has introduced lots of new ways for us to cope. He can't play the Azir again, I think being one of them. But I'm optimistic for GX as we head into Game 2. Mel was not picked or banned. Maybe we will finally see her. Maybe GX will be able to make the comeback, or will G2 just sweep it all away? We're going to find out after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to G2 vs Giant X after G2 found their way through game number 1. My name is Jake Spectra, joined by Dagda Dagderson. Shout out to my brother on the analyst desk, did a really good job today.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean,
You sound distinctly less Scandinavian, he does, though.
Well, the thing is, see, I can't do a Norwegian accent. That was Welsh.
Was that you attempting to?
Yes.
Well, to be fair, we were in a room at Initialize and Vedius for a large portion of today, so I can understand why I went Welsh rather than Norwegian. It does make sense.
I went to Norway. I had lots of salmon.
Nice.
Yep, and touch lots of snow, which is their equivalent of grass.
I mean, to be fair, it just exists in Berlin right now as well. So
It does. There's lots of snow in Berlin. It is a winter wonderland until you realize the winter part is going away.
And the wonder part is long gone as well.
Yeah.
It's just
the
land.
dirt under it is not very nice. There's not enough snow falling. But here in this series, let's hope there is. Now, those series bans of Game 1 are on your screen there. Earlier on, you didn't really get to see.
Yeah. I was a little disappointed in our desk with Upset Mickey and Draco said they didn't expect the work to come through. Like, staple
like, come on,
globally,
guys. You get paid to be
yeah,
here, right?
so, but unfortunately that is gone, so we won't get another Warwick game. But I'm curious to see exactly what the priority now starts to be going forward, because Scanner is still up and available, but I imagine that will be banned by G2 on the next rotation, unless they do some sort of answer into it. Actually, the Ivern preemptively being banned, so it looks like Giant X kind of saying, hey, look, you gotta play this game of chicken, you gotta ban the Skarner.
But then, yeah, I mean, if Skarner's up. Giant X are being given Skarner. There's no way it doesn't get locked in, and there we go.
Usually. So the answers we have seen are things like the Xin Zhao into the Skarner. The other one was the Ivern, which is why the preemptive ban of it. But I'm curious to see what the game plan is. So he's going to be the Xin Zhao and the Lulu. So Lulu works well when a lot of those engaged supports are already gone.
Yep.
But Renata was gone, and all you've got is Nico. So you can still go for something like a Rel in this position, which isn't the end of the world if you really want to. And you imagine that it's going to be the Jinx that then comes through for Hansam as well alongside that. But Mel Hubbard, will it be taken?
Will it indeed? Again, a flex as it has been played bot, and it's locked in. First Mel of the LEC acquired by Giant X as they try and fight their way back in this best of 3.
Yeah, so I imagine this is going mid. Some people have been trying to support in solo queue. I don't think it works particularly well. Yes, you got some poke, but you just don't really have a huge amount else in your kit to offer into that support role. So I imagine we'll be mid. Now you've got the Jace as well. These are two quite long-range champions. I think a lot of people underestimate the range that Mel has, especially when it comes to the laning phase. So I think Jinx is going to be the lock-in here for Hans Sama, and then it kind of becomes a case of how do G2 want to round out the rest of this comp, because you've got decent range with a Lulu Jinx, but it is just a case of what are the answers to this
Sivir.
Okay.
So we've added a scaling element. Yeah, I mean, Jinx is still up. There's Zeri as an option that was still up. They want a bit of range themselves.
It seems to me they're kind of going, okay, so we realize that this is going to be a long-range poke comp from Giant X, so what we're going to probably do is ban away things like the Ezreal in this next rotation, although it's kind of fine into the Sivir. Okay, they're just going to get rid of the supports that are more frustrating, but basically run them down. We're like, look, you guys are going to play from range. We just want a run-fast composition that can immediately jump on top of you and not let you to set up with this. So is it going to be the Rakan ban, I imagine, on this next one as well?
Yeah.
Just things that can be a bit frustrating for that Sivir to try and deal with in a team fight.
As you said, things that have double procs to really get rid of the spell shield. Alistar, a classic one where it blocked one of the W but not the Q. As you said, Rakan as well can get
Rel
it.
could be another one.
Oh,
now,
yeah,
like,
good one.
I know Lulu does answer well into the Rakan because you can whimsy him as he goes for the engage, so maybe you're just happy to take that. Elise, okay.
Spider.
Yeah, and Sion, okay, so because the K'Sante is still, or K'Sante was banned away, so you don't really have the tanks unless you want to go for the Ornn for Broken Blade here, which honestly I don't think is the end of the world. And just to try and get some sort of decent matchup, they may want to leave that to that 5th rotation.
Surely not Aurelion Sol's too much scaling, Dagda.
There you go, Aurora, okay, yeah. So again, like, these are all things that do well, and when you get into range, you can slow people, lock people down, and it's kind of a, hey, we're going to run fast and try and outpace you, right? And that's basically the ban that G2 have here. So how do Giant X try and pivot now? Because I feel like champions that can do well where they're ran into, now we're kind of what you want to fill this out with. Skarner already fulfills that role to a certain extent. He does well when everyone wants to jump in on top of him. Galio, another champion that can fit into that role, I think is going to work well, but so it looks like, is it Mel AD carry?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So, a side note that Noah actually has 14 solo queue games on Melbot. Shout out to production for letting me know, because, I mean, again, they talked about it on desk coming into today, that it has been played bot a lot.
It's not?
As
yes, it is. And it's Galio support.
Yep.
Okay.
Galio support instead. As Jax, there's a lot of all-in, a lot of follow-up that's now been built as well. Dagda, I want to see how this is rounded out for G2.
Yeah, I think you just end up going for the Ornn. I think you're like, it'll have a bad matchup into loss. Eventually, the Jax will just outscale you, but I do think having some sort of chase down or lockdown is important. But looks like, I mean, Maokai still fits that role. At least can try and clear the wave a little bit easier and keep him off the tower. So, yeah. Okay, so basically G2, as we said, run down, chase down, try and close the distance onto Giant X, which has already gone for kind of a long-range composition in both Jace and Mel. But I think Giant X have pivoted well, where it's like, okay, if you guys are going to run into us, we already have the Skarner. Now we got a Galio that does well as this short-range, relatively short-range composition from G2 tries to play into us. And we have side lane threat in both the Jax and this Jace now. So I like what Giant X have gone for. And I think they've answered well into seeing how G2 were starting to play around their early picks as well.
I think we're going to see a lane swap though, Dagda. I think G2 are going to try and instigate the lane swap with a Sivir Lulu. I mean, again, Dras we knew were going to be a bit more chaotic with Fearless. It's funny how, like, game one changes the perception because people are like, well, you know, we don't want to pull out the full OPs. Maybe we use those options for a second game. Things like the Xin Zhao, Maokai, especially in EU, I'd say globally, actually seen as OP. They leave the Skarner, though, and they give over the Mel. Let's see if Giant X just have some big OPs on the patch, because G2 gave them this willingly. So their plan must be thus.
I think it's really interesting just to see how this is. The range and the push that you have is going to be really nice for Giant X, and if they can try and play through that. But I do agree. I think going for an early lane swap here for G2 works out well. Just because you have an AD carry, you can actually take turrets much quicker on the opposite side and can be a big threat. So we'll have to see as we get ourselves on into game 2 versus Giant X and G2.
Crowd's been great today, if you haven't already seen. The crowd has been immaculate. Even in the first series, very, very noisy. The Giant X fans have come out as well. And as we said, I mean, I would expect the lane swap, but G2 seems like for now, opting into what you call standard lanes. Lulu sitting in bot, so Labrov kind of expecting that they go in the 2v2 down in that same lane as well. Shout out to those fans. Again, very noisy, very good. The Howling game 1 was Poggers. Game 2, let's see what other animal noises we have in the kit. Aurora's a rabbit.
I was going to say,
I don't know.
How do you loudly make bunny noises?
What sound does a rabbit make?
I'm not making that noise.
But it's so like inaudible, you know.
Yeah.
What?
No.
Scorpion noises, you know.
Just make one up.
Dwayne the Rock Johnson.
Yeah. Scorpions famously scream the people's elbow when you annoy them. Yeah.
Don't forget to sub to Twitch Prime, ladies and gentlemen. You want to avoid ads? Well, this is the way you can do it. Thanks for so much. Here's a big kiss. All right, so Giant X in the end initiated the lane swap, Dagda. I mean, Labrov and Hans maybe reading it out, trying to fake it out. So they're now in a 2 versus 1 versus lot, which I've got to say, for the Sivir Lulu is very good, as the Boomerang is just getting a lot of value already.
Yeah, the only thing, though, is Skewmon is kind of stuck on this top side. Ended up taking red and then moved immediately into his top side. So again, Skewmon kind of playing smart around the lane assignments, but it does mean he won't be here for any sort of dive. But I don't think it's the end of the rope, honestly, with how much pressure Labrov and Hamsama have been putting down. But it hasn't actually been read by Giant X yet, so Skewmon has done a good job of avoiding it. So now you're getting the reset from Lot, but you're actually looking at the dive from G2, but it's G2 who are getting dove on top.
Broken Blade, I want to see what he started here as he gets a passive bit of healing. Shield of Duran as a Bramble Smash start. He flashes away. Broken Blade, the minions are going to be running out soon as well. He's looking for level 2. He's got a grasp up and waiting as well. Level 2 now acquired. He's got a twisted advance, and this is another reason why Maokai's picked in the lane swap. Very good at surviving.
But they've now left. And look at Skewmon again. He got red. He got the Krugs on top side. Now he's taking the bottom side of Closer. So the fact that you also have Lot, who's I actually did end up sticking around, but going to struggle a little bit on this bottom side. So still nicely done by G2 to play for a jungle advantage in this position and not going for what has kind of become the bog standard or accepted way to play these lane swaps.
Even going further than that, Jackie's in trouble. He has no mana. Wind becomes lightning would hit him, but instead of an audacious charge, and Jackie's is tagged out. No flash from mid. Caps now gets a bit of freedom.
Yeah, you're still getting the push on bottom side though, and Loss could use his TP to get back here, but actually looks like he's just going to try and walk it forward, which means if Skewmon tries to go for a dive, can be in position. Lot's going to try and sniff out though that he's gone for the red buff. So still that wave.
Good ward.
Okay, yeah.
Little bonk on the head. Labrov's here to help out just in case as well, but don't forget that Civ is still getting pushed in as it's 2-11 in the CS game. Lot has been able to absorb experience, which is what matters in the grand scheme of things.
BB did get more though, having TP'd back into the wave. So now the wave crash on bottom side means Lot should be able to answer, but Broken Blade's actually getting to farm kind of freely in this top side, which is huge for him in the matchup, whereas you're still looking at a lot more bully power for HanSam and Labrov, especially under the towers. The range helps out so much in just being able to get the damage down onto the Jacks.
And the thing Lot's got in his advantage is the fact that he still has TP available, and of course he's gone cookies for survivability in lane, so it does have another escape there. As for Broken Blade, he gets tagged out. That's Solar Snare that locks him in place. Some passive stacks coming up as well. It's a Justice Punch. It's a reverse from Noah that does absolutely nothing there with the rebuttal. Waiting for the Bramble Smash. Broken Blade held on.
Yeah, the problem for BB is that this wave is now pushing away from him, so would love to be able to step up and try and get some sort of control, but he's never going to be able to. Would need Skewmon to come up, so he's just going to look for the reset. So I imagine in this sort of position, they might try and rotate HanSam and Labrov up top. Jun going to interrupt, not quite
close
with the Winds of War. But no, actually, they're just going to keep Broken Blade here. So this is kind of a bit of a dicey situation for Reeby, where he needs Skewmon now to come up and help him to break the freeze that Noah has set up for himself on top side.
You know, the other thing that's really annoying while we're talking about lane swaps is the fact that Lulu, I mean, range supports in the lane swaps are just such bullies.
Yeah.
Lulu may look cute, but that is a schoolyard bully if I've ever seen one.
Ooh, John.
Good angle. Caps might be in trouble, might have to burn his flash, and he does. Shielded Rang catches him on the tail end, and Shock Blast gets some poke out as well for Jackies.
Not the end of the world. Caps will get the TP back in, whereas you don't have that luxury for Jackie, so he will probably crash this wave with Jun and then just look for the reset. So it's a nice window of opportunity for Jun to just use the fact that that wave was pushing in top to help out his mid laner and ensure that Jackies could get another reset off without losing out too much here.
You know what kind of sucks for the Mel game though? Is that think about what can actually be sent back. I mean, Nature's Grasp maybe, I guess, can be sent back out if it
but
hits.
it's only a single strand.
Is it actually?
It's one strand.
That seems useless.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking about it like maybe Sivas W in a Ricochet wave probably gets like 2 or 3 bounces, so she also clears wave. But I'm kind of.
I don't know the interaction with Aurora.
Aurora ulti would be funny.
I don't think so, but it technically is a projectile.
It'd be like
so
the
maybe.
Olympic, as the start of the Olympic Games. You know?
But yeah, I mean, things like Whimsy, and that could be really important, where you're able to, like, if someone is trying to do it to you, you can just immediately send it back and get Labrov interrupted. But yeah, I mean, I think it's even just well, it is a very nice part of her kit. It's the ability to just get a ton of damage off at long range, which is really vital, as Lot takes quite a bit of damage in return.
Yeah, not too great. Bramble Smash isn't negated though, so good rebuttal to set it off. Shielded Duran gets the stun up. Jun is waiting for the Justice Punch, and it's again another Solar Snare. Broken Blade's kept in place for so long. Twisted Advance is buying him time until it doesn't execute it down, and Noah gets first blood.
So the way Mel works is that the more time she hits you with abilities, she will stack up her passive, which is going to be more procs of damage, and eventually that is going to hit an execution threshold, and that's exactly what you saw. Broken Blade just popped as he hit the threshold, and now nicely done by Noah and Jun. Again, Broken Blade just kind of taking a step too far forward and getting punished.
And that as well puts Giant X on the map in more ways than one. 3 grubs now taken 2. As they get some free time with the turret, they get the push in, and 2 plates already been taken up in this top lane. As we look at the gold difference right now, yes, the Civ is down 400. You'd say, oh, but it's Sivir, it's fine. She's at least scaling, but the Mel on the board this early is good as Closer, even starting to steal away some of the Raptors. One will be reset, but Jungle right now feeling good for Closer, who again, reminder, was given this Skarner as a first pick.
Yeah, it's curious to me to see G2 now start to rotate around the map, though. I thought at this stage, the fact that they've gotten so much damage onto the bottom side, they would just look to try and play for that bot lane tower, because again, you've got that AD carry, and you've got Labrov. You can play for that extra attack speed to take turrets relatively quickly, but wanting now to rotate instead up towards that top side, it kind of leaves open an opportunity for Noah again to continue to bully Broken Blade. And it does mean, again, Lot is going to be the one that struggles the most, because he does need damage and needs to be relevant in this game, whereas Broken Blade would just by default be okay.
Good damage from Caps. He steps up, wants a little bit more. Jun doesn't get him with the Justice Punch, but it's the power of Aurora in this lane. It's starting to get a little bit more and more now with the Hextech Alternator, as Labrov getting some deep wards in the meanwhile, as they just continue this swap in the 2v1 lane, and is still painful for Lot. as you said, keep the Jacks as far down. Another objective, no doubt, here for G2 in the early game.
Yeah, it looks like Scumon's going to play for blue buff. I wasn't sure if they'd shift Caps up towards that top side and go for a full dive onto Lot. Still an option. And that's where you can see Lot immediately resetting. It's just like, look, well, at least trying to run away because he knows as many members. Caps actually stopped his reset. So it looks like that dive is going to happen now on the wave.
Scumon coming in as well with his ulti in tow. Lot's already been poked down to half HP. He's popped his pots waiting as well, but the glitter lances keep coming out. Left, right, and center. The Grandmaster at Arms matters not. The burst is enough from Caps. And his first kill now ensues.
And you can see Broken Blade respected that. Kind of the veterancy difference there, making sure that he's away from that tower. So you will lose the plates, but you won't lose your life. And you might still have an opportunity on this next wave to actually get in and steal away some of those some of the CS and experience. Even looking at Labrov resetting here, running straight bot, I imagine, to cover his top laner on any sort of potential dive.
And look, Caps doesn't lose anything from it either. I mean, he comes back to his wave and clears out most of it, Cannon mainly. So Caps now in a very good spot. Plus that kill, he's also up in CS, so he's up 600 gold almost. And you know, Caps is split Dagda. I don't know how you feel, but I think we've been like on a bit of a roller coaster of emotion with some of Caps games. Like the Akali game, I remember being quite sick. But I remember some other games during the split being disappointed that, like the Sylas, for example, where Caps was a big reason why G2 lost.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of, when you have picks like the Akali and the Sylas, so much of that is about trying to get the team to work around you and be able to set you up, having vision in the right spots, having the pressure where you need to, and that is very difficult to make work when you're just a newer roster. So G2 now have gone back towards a little bit of simpler times with control mages in the mid lane for Caps, and he looks spectacular now. And I think, again, kind of controlling a lot of the games where you need him to, or creating pressure when you need him to as well.
Yeah.
And you can see now G2 looking a lot more confident when it comes towards even stuff like the lane swaps, where at the start they were looking a little dicey on how they were playing some of them out.
It's well said, I think, as well. G2, it's been all about this development, how things come together when they're with this crazy roster built together for so long. Now Broken Blade teleporting in. This is not how it comes together. Execute yet again. Are you ready? Noah doesn't even need to press the button. Instead, Jackies takes a kill. A response kill in response, though, as John dies down towards bot, I believe, Dagda. Where's my mind? No.
I mean, Broken Blade was responsible for the one on top, and then they're able to get the one on bot. So Giant X will get first tower as the TP back in from Lot onto bottom side. Closer here. I don't think he can go for the dive.
He's going to drill in. He's looking for the impale. It's a good wild growth. So Labrov saving his AD carry. The all-in and mid, though, is now onto Caps. It's a bit of trouble here as Jackie wants to find him between worlds to get on out. The escape is there. Caps gets some good damage. As a return, dodges away from the shock blast without enhancement. G2 mid laner versus Giant X. Jackie so walks in, flashes out. The burst is massive, but look who's here to make it unfair. Flash wind becomes lightning, and Scumon pulls it off perfectly.
Jackie's tried, but he just could not succeed, and it's Scumon who's there to help out Caps in the mid lane. But Jun now starting to move up. They wanted to make sure that they weren't going to try and move over towards that dragon, because when you look at Closer, his eyes are on those potential 6 Void Grubs now.
So this is going to have to be quick because, again, Scumon has just reset with a Titanic Hydra. Not many times I've seen Xin Zhao pick up Titanic Hydra first, especially when I keep calling it Atma's Impaler Dagda, but I'm thinking of Sundered Sky being so broken at the moment. Black Cleaver being so popular in this meta.
I do think you get a lot of value from it in this sort of scenario, though, where you can... Oh, hang on, Jun.
I think he's all right.
Okay, yeah. Right. So the idea behind the Titanic Hydra here is to, as quickly as possible, get your 3-talent strike off.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have the speed up from Hans Sama, the speed up from Labrov. You just want to pop someone up in the air as quickly as you can. Labrov?
Being turned on, Lot is here, Counter-Strike is up and available, heal now burn, Wild Growth is there for Labrov yet again, there might be an Execute as well, set on up with the Sun as Golden Eclipse available too, but Noah doesn't have enough stacks. G2 are being forced out around Dragon while Broken Blade was not willing to join, he doesn't have TP and he wants to stay up and top to push the turret.
I'm shocked Labrov managed to make it out of that one, especially when Hans Sama didn't have the ultimate available to give him that movement speed, but Giant X, they get those 6 grubs, they should be able to get this dragon, and yeah, you'll trade it for a tower, but kind of a nice job by Giant X, and just kind of Labrov poking his head in that bit too deep.
It's just a bit of a puddle. It's not really a river, is it? It's more of a puddle. Like, rivers ensue that it's running water, or it's at least got some measure to it. Like, if you look from this camera angle, there's no water in there.
Would be sick as a new mechanic for like a week until everyone got pissed off with it, if you could just have a current. So if you try to run upriver, you're slower. Or if you're running down, you were faster.
Or you just see it like a singed in solo queues running down 600 move speed. Yeah, he's going with the current. Yeah, OCE would be up in arms in joy about that one. Yeah, we're in our element. Well, if anyone OCE watching right now, well done. It's like 3 a.m. for you guys.
Past your bedtime.
When I was watching LEC from Australia, from Sydney, I remember like sometimes I'd have to wake up either really early or stay up really late. You gotta have some degenerate hours to watch LEC, but props to you. Also to the SEA gang as for Giant-X getting forced off this bottom turret right now seems to be G2's objective. They want first turret, or rather their first turret, because GX already picked up theirs. They won't get feats of strength, which has already naturally been claimed, but at least getting some gold. Well, Broken Blade tries to do the same, and will actually just be able to force this himself. So double turret is going to be the take here for G2.
So we manage it. Oh, nice flash, but
he's a tree.
There's the roots, and there's nothing that Giant-X can do. So
oh yes,
good flash, and again, like the fact that he manages to get the twisted advance to prevent the Skarner E was perfect. And now you get 2 towers on those side lanes.
He's back.
And yeah, I was just looking at Jun. I was a little curious as to how aggressive he wanted to go on towards that top half of the map, but they're just going to back away. But still, towers going in favor of G2 there. We're going to have to see what the rest of the plan is.
Another reason I feel like, you know, Mel's going to become more and more popular. That wave clear from early on is still just disgusting. Radiant Volley and that Solar Snare. Just AoE tools to instantly clear waves. More items, the better, of course, as Blackfire Torch and Faded Ash is picked up. Going to mean a little bit more damage. And this is the person who is the most fed from Giant-X right now. Noah yet again with a lead. And considering he's in a lane swap, I'm not too surprised, Dagda, but probably the scariest person right now that he has an item in a bit.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of if Giant-X can again set up to use the range that they have, but with G2 now having push on sides, it makes it a little bit difficult. Lot is very far behind. Like, yes, he's about to tick over to level 10, but like there's nowhere near close to completing that Triforce, and you've already got on any spare for Broken with the Caps.
He's walking into a full shield of Durand. He's buying time because Jackie's is in this lane. Caps gets out with some burst though. Giant-X were not willing to commit and dive on that. However, Labrov is now coming in onto Noah, and there's the bounce back of the boomerang. So Noah is just now using this rebuttal to annoy Hans Sama.
Yeah, I'm trying to see how they, like, because G2 are clear on what they want to do. They just want to push out waves and continue to play for objectives. But on Giant-X's side, you're a little bit lost at the moment because you're not really winning in the places that you should be anymore, which is making it very difficult for you to actually get control of the map. And you kind of need that if you want to look for, say, a pick with closer, or, you know, have Jun play up towards Loss or something along these lines. And I think that's where they're trying desperately to get control of some part of the map. But the fact you have so much push from Sivir is making it really difficult for them to control mid, to then lean into these sides. And it's got to be so frustrating for Giant-X, because you have a comp that can very quickly make a pick, but they're just not really getting those opportunities from G2.
And if you notice, globally across the world, we've seen a lot more of these scaling AD carries come out in Fearless, because when some of the bigger and more powerful lane options are down, because we still have lane swaps, these AD carries are making it through the most dangerous parts of their game. Like the Sivir, for example, in a pretty good place. Despite being 800 gold down, you're saying, yep, the Sivir's already at 1 items. The wave clear that Dagda just mentioned is horrible to deal with. As Herald now starts, and for G2, let's see if Hans Sama can do anything in the fight, as it might just reset and lose patience.
They're trying to wait for Caps to reset. He's only just gone for the back button there. We'll have to TP back in, but Giant-X already in a decent position now, so looks like they're just going to try and walk it out. Skewmon just in the area if anything happens, but we'll give Caps opportunity to get back down to the bot lane.
You wait and you see if G2 think about it any further. Skewmon is going to be aware of this shortly, I believe. Giant-X, however, have cleared the wards out.
It's given G2... Oh, hang on. Labrov gets caught, but...
Set up there.
I was going to say, it's given G2 the chances to hit level 11 for Broken Blade just there on that top side. They would have liked to hit it on Hans Sama, but looks like they're just not going to be a Caps TPing, though.
The flank is big. G2 have Broken Blade at the helm as well. And as that TP flies through with Caps, note that GX have brought everyone here. Lot gets bursted out, though, and now Hans Sama can fire away onto Lot. And there's no boomerang to hit him down. The Nature's Grasp is set back as Jun is still dead. Giant-X couldn't walk into the fight, and Herald is just sitting there, the eye looking at them.
They couldn't get it. Lot was just like, hey, look, I'm going to give up my life if I go for this, and decides not to in the end. So G2, the CC coming in clutch to keep Giant-X off the objective, and now you got Broken Blade again pushing that top side. Dragon is up and available. Jun has that ultimate to join, so Giant-X can still play relatively aggressive on this play.
But an objective for G2, I mean, again, would stack up to 2. It's a Chemtech Soul yet again in this game. And G2 are going to start it off right. Dagda, the gold lead, 2,000. 200 at 18.5 minutes in this game. Just again, another early game that for Giant X has put them a bit behind.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And again, it's kind of coming back to that frustration that we were talking about, where Giant X couldn't. Oh, hang on. No, Caps has ult. He'll be fine.
He will be able to get out, and yeah, you're not going to use Impale for that.
But that's the frustration that I was talking about, right? It's you wanted to get out to this early game lead. You have decent matchups and decent pushing power, but you never actually get the lane assignments you want to. And you also then have Skewmon who like ganks mid, kills Jackie, so you're losing out on that tempo and that advantage that you should have in this AD versus AP matchup on mid lane.
Bro.
And now to boot, you're just not quite able to get the mid lane control that you want to then play off of aggression from Jun, from Closer, towards Lot, towards people like even Jackie's on a side lane where you can jump in. And you can see the second that you do, well, Broken Blade is kind of the only target you have because Caps always gets to escape. And you're trying to kill this tanky Maokai, and it just takes so long to chop the tree down.
When you've got AD solo laners and he's just going to build hard armor as well.
Exactly.
You know, if the Mel's not involved, even by the way, with Unending Despair having a bit of MR in it now with 25-25 apiece, and the Fimbulwinter the HP, how do you start killing Broken Blade? It's going to start being a consideration here as for Giant X. Their eyes head towards Arakan, spawning topside this game. Giant X are clearing out vision while G2 comes second fiddle with Labrov just poking his head in to peek in, and you can see now Jackie's has found his way in. I spoke about Labrov, he's wild growth himself. Hans Summer caught out as well, but there's no overwhelm. The Golden Eclipse is used. Hans Summer is out. Redemption will heal him as into the back. Broken Blade smashes down, but Giant X stay firm. Strong as a five-man unit. G2 were caught out.
And that was just the perfect example of how Giant X want to try and play their composition in a fight. You can set up for some hope, but in the run of the things when that doesn't happen, the fact that you're able to pull members back as Closer, open up space with Jun's Ultimus is just perfect there. Now Giant X, they can't go for the Arakan, but I mean, it's a really good example of kind of like where you can draw that through line. So they jump onto Labrov, but watch the space that's open up here. Broken Blade comes through, but this is now just the line that you cannot cross as G2, which means they just get to focus down onto this Maokai. And even though he's relatively tanky, like the upside, you can never play through that choke point, and it's perfect for Giant X.
Really good zoning from Noah there as well. I mean, uses ulti, not doing too much, especially when he stacks on Hans Summer, but that shock blast was the main reason.
My dog always does
get into the fight. Giant X, they subdue that gold lead, if ever so small amount. They also set themselves up for vision up in this top lane as it's one pick, it's a couple of kills rather. Dagger, I'm wondering, what does it lead to now as well? Because they're picking up their second item.
My countermeasures are ready. Even
a couple of picks that lead them to the Arakan, lead them to the Baron that's spawning as well.
Yeah, I do think it's still kind of the same issues for Giant X and trying to play mid to sides. So I think they have to wait for objectives and play for these big groups of moments. Hans Summer kind of has to get into a position where he's already in river with his team to make this fight kind of work, so they have the opportunity to chase people down. But the fact that mid tower still stands always lets Giant X have a jumping off point where they kind of chase people.
Oh, you can't be caught out here.
I think he is. Good ban.
Closer, but a great ulti from Caps. Now G2 have to make the grand escape.
He's been out long enough. People know how to play him now.
I'm a broken record, but Jackie's getting caught out in the mid game. Happens again.
It could be Noah now as well. Look at where Broken Blade is positioned. G2. Everyone is running towards mid lane, and Noah, I don't know if he's ready for us. He's going to bring the power of the sun with him.
You were saying she's been out long enough. People know how to play that.
What's up?
I was just saying, in best way, like they've been out long enough. People know that this how play this game.
Oh, guaranteed. Not to mention, you got a bunch of pros playing them all the time.
It looked a little desperate, but they do manage
to hearing this? Yeah, why not?
And at least Lot during the time was getting push in top, so it's not like Giant X were completely losing out. Better CS to be denied.
It's gonna be Lee Sin, not doing Lee Sin.
Effectively as well. Note that Arakan never lie. Coinciding 40 seconds towards that dragon.
The eyes never lie. I'm going Black Ranger Kennen.
I do think though that that play from G2 kind of shows the
Black Ranger.
Yep. Sort of position. Hang on, because in theory, Broken Blade would have liked to answer with his own ultimate, but you can't because Noah's always able to reflect it. So it makes it very difficult to actually look for some of these dives and does buy some space for Giant X, and that is kind of now.
The Academia skin is so clunky.
G2 set up for this dragon. They're going to have to TP back from nowhere. He's finished off his upgrade.
That's what I was trying to tell you. It's different, right?
And you can always play down into this
Bro, have you seen Fallen God King, Garen?
Yes, that's the one that you have to spend hella money on.
Oh, that one looks absolutely insane.
That's what I was explaining to you. Because there's God King Garen, and then there's the Fallen God King. That's like the set one that's out right now. The Radiant Serpent set. Yeah, it's like a different version of another skin. It's like a Prestige, but not. It's like the ones that you have to buy a bunch of those capsules. Like, and you have a chance to get it before the end of the rope, but the chances are really slim. And then they guarantee it at like after 25 or something. Like the Breakout Echo. That was one I was gonna get. I got that Jin one, and I didn't even try to. I got it on my first capsule. It popped out. Ping! I was like, what the fuck skin is this? I went to the shop. There was no skins. And then I was like, I looked at the thing. I was like, no fucking way. I got that on my first capsule. And I did, dude.
So what happens if will they give you a skin that you've already, like, will they just throw you a skin you already have, or is it more like,
what do you mean,
giving you the skins as they go because there's no more skins left to give? Like, is it a one-time give for skins? The computer has to keep giving you something that is worth, right? Because it's the only skins available.
It just keeps giving me shards. I'm saying in those capsules, you get like a bunch of different skin shards and like other things and essence, mythic essence, and all that stuff.
And the shards transform into the skin.
Yes, 3 of them.
Like randomly.
But you have like a point something chance. Like you know what I mean? Like hella small chance to get them in the capsules. That's why they give you a whole shit ton before you actually get it. And most people have to spend everything, and I got it on the first fucking capsule. Like the one that I just like spent the rest of my RP on. Like, oh, well, I'll get one, see what it gives me.
That's dope.
Like, what?
And
there's no way I would have spent all that shit for the Jin one. I don't even play them. I would have done it for the Echo one. I tried a couple for the Echo, bro. That's how I know it's hard to get them. I bought like 5.
To be fair, I said that overwhelm what items that Doomby used to build on Rise.
Smacking them.
People in the chat, you'll know what I'm talking about. I still thought that was in the other game.
We kill Seth there if she stuns.
Well, I already fucked up Galio a little bit.
With Odag that used to give you movement speed as a mid laner. Remember it was a health item? It was a tank item, started with
He's gonna be hard to deal with this game. Yeah, I'm not Infernal Galio Chroma is fucking sick. Galio.
I have one on the last one I played, and he was definitely bro.
He's OP tier, that's why. He's like just fucking super strong. If you're good with him, like, it don't matter if it's AP or not. Just when you're AP, you can explore and do other shit, cause who cares, right?
Somebody's here.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Stay on him. Stay on him. Stay on him. We'll kill that. Come here. Take this. Hurry, quick. Just take this shit. Make it. It's okay. You can use your smite, and we're gonna kill him right here. He's gonna come, and we're gonna kill him right here. I don't care about that wave. He's level 1. No, he's level 2. Come here. Okay, he's not coming here. He's going to his red. He's going to your blue.
Is the last one I'll mention one
Good.
Yeah, because he went straight from red to red. He's going to your blue. Yeah, guaranteed he's at your blue. Be careful.
I am gonna farm though. I'm gonna farm like red. I'm gonna farm blue though. Before he probably went right back to my red.
No, I'm gonna ward it. He doesn't know we took your blue. Like, he thinks that you went back to your red probably. So yeah. See that Scuttle's there too?
We finally, he's like, fuck it, I have to go farm. We finally made it too frustrated.
That's what you gotta only do it once. Like, I take a sacrifice, but I don't care.
That's smooth. That's like a smooth strat, actually.
Well, it's like, that's why they do lane swapping and shit in pro play.
Where top is bot. I've seen that before.
Well, no, those like have like mid laner and support right here if I'm countered. You know what I mean? Like, cause we have an ADC like Ezreal who can handle his own. He can farm safely.
I think,
I'm gonna back.
Me too. I was gonna give up Dragon to the...
You should come gank him actually. You don't need it. I can bait it. He left. He left. Oh, he's still here. He hit 6 though. I wouldn't fuck with him. Alright, I'm here. Thank you. Help me farm this anyway. I appreciate it.
After you don't do anything stupid.
Yeah, like, that's okay. Yeah, you got double buff. He don't want to play either. He ran away. Otherwise, he would have went into us. You know what I mean?
I had to juke all that shit real quick. I don't think it's... I think that's off limits.
I think bot's gonna be off limits. We have no power for bot.
The Lulu is trading in lane early. His ultis were great. I mean, either way, props to G2. You can all vote and have your say anyway. Someone came by before.
I wonder if they want to engage this.
He could slaughter Worms, so if you get that, that's great. Galio's coming.
Nice. Get that bitch. Lock her down, Leona.
Hey, say Galio ult. Galio ult incoming. Mm-hmm.
It was a quick day.
It was a quick day. It's kind of what we expected, though, when we expected.
I fucked him up. Look, I'm not even 6.
Trying to get Dragon.
It's yours.
You can see behind
He's getting worms.
My thumb's not right. They've put a top laner with Odo, so this would be great when this is ready to go.
Get that better. Make sure you get that 600 less. You see 600 or 5 something. Until level 8 or level 9, it turns to 900.
But I'm definitely talking about Broken Blade.
And then it turns to 1200.
Very convincing win against Jax. Now, I've always known you and played against you as a funky player, you know, but now is the first time you're going top since 2017 in the college. Tell me about it. go through. It's one of more of the crazy things that you do today.
I'm grabbing plates. Double taunt.
I think since they made the new change,
No, he didn't.
he started becoming very strong.
Tell him I said okay.
People just told you know
My bad.
how annoying he is to play against. So finally I brought him to the big stage. Hopefully he'll play. Okay. Yeah, like with Warwick you just want to fight. I blocked the ulti off Mbessa.
That was pretty.
My Pantheon wanted to ulti, and Labrov at the same time canceled the Pantheon ulti. I think we win this. But you guys can see like how long I can do. If Pantheon ulti goes through here, we will win the game, and I think we didn't have
It's fine. Moving on. G2 playing against you guys is always playing at this moment. Right now, it might be one of the first times where you are maybe not the clear favorite.
Good job on those.
Don't but it takes
He's doing a shitty job at trying to get feats.
What are your thoughts going further?
The only one who's close to getting turrets is Galio. Because he's running Demolish, not Shield Bash. That's the only reason why I'm able to fuck him up. If he ran Shield Bash, I'd be hurting.
It's Fnatic next, and we always like to play against Fnatic, and we have to get 50 back. He got it the first time.
Like right now, he'd go in and his passive would stack with his Shield Bash right there, and then fucking hurt with Aftershock.
Okay, bud. I wasn't gonna hurt you. I gotta go back and buy real quick.
Any words for your Oven?
No words. We spoke with actions today. Good job, man. Keep it up.
Thank you very much, Odo and BB. Yeah, don't play Warwick apparently.
Already 10 minutes.
Your actions today. That's weird. He's so dramatic. It's like it's just an infinite book of 80s movies quotes. What actions do you think you spoke with? What was like the highlight for you today? We had our own opinion, but where do you feel like you succeeded the most?
Yeah, I mean, the little our left. I mean, it was really close to be honest. I didn't expect to win against her. I mean, I can try. When she woke up to me, I
Galio's missing. I just realized they're running double global ults. Savior ults. We're trying to Galio Shane Wombo.
Right, like when we saw Pantheon, I mean, but I watched the solo kill in Ahri. So I'm really trying to understand, is this pick just like always good? And you can
See how he came and he got fucked up?
I don't know why. It feels like the champion actually winning the game as we see. So yeah, I mean, like I think slowly.
Let's go.
Stay here. You can go in and ult him right here. Oh, if you got hit by that, that was GG. Like for him, you want to try to block those in the game. You know what I mean? Like if you're ganking, you want to try to block that tackle. Don't be scared. Now if he goes into you, he might have enough to get you.
Like he knocked me out.
No, like if he goes at you, because then he's gonna hit you. If he's good, he's gonna guaranteed hit you with his whole combo. But if he's trying to escape, he ain't gonna hit you with no combo. Because he's gonna try to be escaping, and he's gonna hit you and be like, oh fuck, and then you're gonna be able to do your shit. Because the whole thing with him is he lands all that shit for free.
I'm just like, I thought for sure you were dead to that.
Like he goes in, he lands that knockup, he throws his tornado, guarantees his taunt, you stay in all of it, and the aftershock and his fucking passive smash. And if someone else is with him, he can ult you for free too. Like, that's why people go AP with him.
Even in our first game.
It's like guaranteed. It's like Lux.
So I didn't really react. I was just gonna defend it. Defend it for you.
Yeah, I mean,
Right here,
like, I think
going on it. See how he's trying to escape? He ain't going nowhere. Stun him. Stun him. See, he didn't hit us with no combos.
And BB's OPGG looks a bit...
You can move him.
One more and I stun him. This auto. Look at how it's like flaming, bro. Like, see it? Like just pulsating with energy. Watch. Ooh. Storm Surge kills him there. If I had it up. Split second late. He has hollowed radiance too. Still hurting him.
Oh shit. Hey, come this way, yeah. I'm coming.
So yeah, we had some issues in the first week with the attack and yeah, some confidence.
Fast as shit.
And yeah, just getting
good dragon.
I don't think those attack and fight in the first week, and it just showed, to be honest. And yeah, I mean, I think we have a bit more.
I mean, we can obviously see in the records, all the G2 fans like that.
Yes, we got feet, baby.
See, like, even though I'm smothering him, I kill him with a combo. And right now I'm trying to bait by missing my Q because I have my ult. See, Set's coming. See him?
More pressure for you? Are you looking forward to it? Or are you like, man, it's not really?
He's trying to bait me into a game.
Yeah, I'm really excited to because yeah, Fnatic is like right now the best thing.
Coming. Damn, he blocked my whole ulti.
And yeah, I mean, it's really exciting.
Yeah, but
the first game,
you silenced him enough to where he couldn't do it a little bit sooner. Oh no.
And yeah, I'm really looking forward to really strong and.
Are you the kind of player that like you feel like you show up, or is it a bit more?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit of. I can't say that I'm really good on pressure, but I think I have my moments, and yeah.
I gotta get out.
I'll try to hold it down.
Is it clear cut? Is it cut and dry? Boy and KC moving on.
I think that KC are probably favorites for the second game. Even though in the game against Vitality they had definitely a really good early game, so I'm not that sure. But since it's the best of 3, I think if they have one bad game, they will win it all. But the first one, I think it's very to see because BDS. I think the game against KC was pretty.
Go back.
The first one is.
I have red buff, so I'm not even really tripping. I'm just kind of.
Yeah, I have 1700, so I'm trying to come back and move stronger.
That's crazy. We thought for sure like
I got 2,000.
Where we're all just like, how good are they? Nobody really knows. I think that's the thing we're doing.
Nah, just farm it out, bro. Don't even listen to that.
Serious, I feel like it's very similar.
I spammed it. I spammed it.
I don't know what I think about it.
Alright.
Oh shit, I'm inside.
Oh, you're dead. I'm inside him. What the fuck? I'm inside. Turret range. I think that's what you meant.
And our champs as well.
Somebody
so, yeah,
help.
I mean, for me, I was very confident.
Yeah, I think you guys were going for so many plays. I think one quick individual play while we do have an extra minute here. So
cool. Everyone died except for me.
I think you guys had moments where, you know, I would say it wasn't perfect in that series, but it was always an individual stepping up.
Over the Jax, and Jax even tries to flash us in the wall. Noah. Oh my goodness, man.
How did you feel some of those fights? Yeah, do you see it? And well, I feel like you and me did so much of the work.
Damn. Our bot lane didn't want to play. Yeah, they are pretty bad.
How we do it. I was thinking about, oh, maybe I can do this. It was, it's really a good idea. I was trying to set it up. He was really pressuring them to actually take a fight. Because if they don't walk up to us, if they try to go into him, I can just ult into the base and look for a kill.
I think it's the rel, bro. This is just like, I'm not sure.
No, they're super ahead of our bot lane. Our bot lane sucks, but like, Galio's still gonna be hard to deal with as well. Like, as you can see, he's a bitch to deal with.
I think the first one is a bit hard, but I can say probably KC, yeah, Fnatic and G2 are the favorites wants to make it. But yeah, I guess we'll find out.
Pretty good top three. Okay, well, we're gonna call it a day. We'll see everyone here tomorrow for MKOI vs BDS and KC vs Vitality.
I have my ult. Let's go fight for Drake. Fuck it. Come on. Fuck these fools. Who cares? This is warded. Don't matter. Check Otacon. Drifted over here. Take a peek at it. Yep. Get him in there. Shen Wombo. It's good. Hell yeah. You can outfight him. You can outfight him, just dodge the taunt. Oh no, you can't fight him now. He got the... Alright, so his sword, if he pulls that through you, he's gonna hurt you real bad. Okay, so as soon as, like, you stay away from that. Don't let him pull that through you. So like, the only way he does that is if he sets you up to where he can pull it without a taunt. Otherwise, he has to taunt and then pull his sword.
Okay.
So like, I was saying just dodge the taunt because I was thinking, okay, you could just fight right there. He can't pull it through you. But then you kind of went around him and he pulled it through you right there. I was like, oh shit. But I figured you didn't know that. That's how that works.
Roger that.
Did you know that?
No.
Okay, yeah. So he has empowered autos when he retrieves his Q already, but if he pulls it through you, it's even more. So
Okay,
those will kill you. Those will hurt you. They're going to Drake. I'm gonna push this turret. Yeah, it's gonna be Mountain Soul, and we need to fight for this. Shen's TP in. I'm the fucking master ninja.
That was a nice fight, dude. If I could have found my cursor in the chaos, I would have killed Zaya, but the fucking cursor disappeared. Whatever. Who cares? I can't fight.
I got hella penetration, bro. That's all I'm getting is penetration. Because of
Are they getting
Galio.
that thing?
Yeah, I think they are. Well, he's not on it, so. No, they're not grabbing it. We can fight that.
Wish I had CC to buy my item.
No Graves. His name is My Team Can't Win. Like, he's gotta be trolling. I just realized that. Mr. My Team Can't Win. Shen's gonna be able to ult in at Otacon now. But that's probably gone. We might be able to get flowers. That's the one that gives flowers. I say go for it. Why not? Oh, they're not doing it. 15th? Day after Valentine's.
When I go into work today.
Let's do this shit. Yeah, that's not bad. Oh, this isn't Flowers. This is Halo. I call this one Halo. Because the other one's like Guardian Angel, right? This will give you like a halo around you. Because it's above you if you look. Or yours is like underneath you. Just push this. Because we want Drake. Alright, come on.
We got a TP coming.
Yep, come on. Let's go back. Let's get Drake. We do not want them getting Mountain Drakes. Ooh, we dodged that. We dodged that. Let's just shred it. We died for that. You have smite? See, they had no idea. It's okay. We died. Just go ham. Nice little wombo.
Forward.
They're low. We can still get this. They're going straight to it. Shredding it. Oh no, they're not. Wow. How are they not doing that right now? Let's just fucking do it then.
I'm doing it.
Look. Set was right there, dude. There's no excuse for that. And we could have instantly popped what's her name.
Yeah, I thought she was dead. That's why I stayed on it. And then when you died, I broke off.
Are those the other ones? Try the other ones. I want to see. He's literally trolling us.
TP over here.
Right there. Wait till I get this fucking Leandries, dog. I ain't even trying to Zonias, bro. I'm just trying to melt.
If you can get Zonias.
No, I don't even want it. I just want to melt. I don't even care. I'm just gonna melt. I already land my whole combo. I don't need Zhonya's because that gives me a lot of AP, sure, but I'd rather get my max health damage item right here because my next ult, I want everyone to be dead. Zhonya's, I can Zhonya's, but I still have to fight afterwards. If I get Zhonya's from my final item, I'll definitely get it. Well, because I have to rush full penetration because of Shen and Galio and Rel. I have to go full max health damage. Zhonya's will help me stay alive for an ultimate, but people won't die. If I get Liandry's, everyone's gonna die. Like that ult right there, if I have Zhonya's, I still die afterwards. But if I have Liandry's, that's for soul, but that's okay. We don't have to die there. We don't want to lose the game for it.
Yeah, they were all there chilling.
Yeah, we don't have vision. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's just a Drake. We don't want to lose the game for it. See, now watch. See, I didn't need Zhonya's, right? I ulted, people died, and I still fought afterwards. See, I go in, I ult with Zhonya's, I don't die at first, but no one else dies either.
No, I feel it.
Like,
sure.
just against this comp, like, against the last game, because it was like all AD squishies, Zhonya's is perfect. Like, it's good with his ultimate. Zhonya's is good in general. It's just like, if you don't necessarily need it. Like, I could Zhonya's there and stay alive, but, I mean, I'm up in 10 seconds. There's no threat to anything right now.
Well, fighting after sounds like a pretty, that's a good reason for a strat for not running it. If you have to fight afterwards and you're not doing the damage necessary for the tanks to get to do any damage, it's like, why even Zhonya?
Yeah, because I could get him to half health with Zhonya's fighting after, but if I get this, people will die. Like this guy, he'll die now. Oh, it's okay. People died. We survived all their ults. We had an advantage, now we don't. There's no vision there. There's no reason to go through this. We just threw. We just won we lost one, but took two, and then just gave two for free. Focusing for real. It's not See when he pulled it through, you saw how bad that hurt?
Yeah.
You can kill him with the... I would just base. I would just base. Yeah. There we go. Now we could probably fight for this. This is Soul. That worked out good. Stay alive. We need you for Drake. Damn.
That goes like that W.
That's big. We do not want that on them. I feel like Shen went these items. And he went these items. And he went those items because they expected the soul tankiness. And they didn't get it. And this is another reason why that Galio should have went shield bash. We kind of need an anti-heal item. Someone does. Oh, you have one. Graves has one too. Okay, cool. That's good news. Because I'm getting Zonia's for my last item. The only thing I could have done other than the Zonia's, if I want to sell this for more penetration, would be Malignance. That corner, bro, and just fucking ulted him anyway. You know what I'm saying? Kill this guy. See, I don't even want to get Zonia's now. I want to sell it and get Malignance. Because it's going to reduce his magic resist, just their magic resist, and they got Hallowed Radiance. That's what I want to do.
Your inhibitor has respawned.
I'm gonna get Steel Guard, Seeker's Arm Guard for this, just for this next play. And then I'll sell everything and get Malignant.
Look at that. See the damage.
Take the turret, guys. Stacks super hard, bro. See, easy. Easy. See, Seeker's arm guard for one play. That's all we needed for the W. I didn't need it any other time. I didn't need zoning.
Mom.
72k damage. Ooh, boy. 28 assists. Ooh. Hell yeah.
I'm gonna go to work and I'm gonna have my homie on the line fucking make my ramen. It just occurred to me. I'd be like, hey homie, listen. Here's a couple bucks. Why don't you just slap this on the grill for your boy?
What's up? What happened?
I'm gonna bring this gourmet ramen that I got. It's like, I don't know, it's this Taiwanese ramen, bro. It's fantastic. So I'll take that shit to work, bro, and I'll just have them. I'm gonna have my homie slide him a couple dollars, throw some egg in there, you know, throw a little bit of pork. I'm gonna make my own katsu, man. Like, I'm gonna get it done. Or better yet, die. Like, just a whole chicken thigh real quick. Just put that in there. Real good. That sounds good.
Are you about to hop off?
I can play one more. I'm just gotta let the dogs out real quick.
All right, hold on one sec.
Hakai! Hakai! In. Get over there. Get over there. Jesus.
You still there, bro?
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
I might have to relog, bro.
Okay.
We'll see if it does it again. Like, remember how you can't select your champ?
Yeah.
Well, I don't usually run into that because I run into the can't select queue.
Do that.
Babe, that's weird.
Shatter their expectations.
2 more months? Fuck. That sucks.
I am no stranger to this. Allow me to finish what my foes have started.
We back in action, baby. I get to play some Mel. So do you max Q with her? Cause I maxed her E.
I max Q with her.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
But I've been making it a point lately to... Oh shit, they're here. It's all good. They're all there, dude.
Minions have spawned.
But their whispers do not define me.
Guess I take this. Oh, come on.
Assess the surroundings. Anticipate any.
I took hella damage because I was trying to help you with Raptors. I was muted, I did not know. And then he was right here ready for a gank.
Do not lose your composure.
It's frustrating.
Alright, bro. I didn't hear a word. I was just trying to beat
That's why
him.
I said I was muted. I was trying to bait him to you when you were at the Raptors right there. He was literally right by. I took hella damage again. I had to use barrier.
Has been slain.
What else is hidden beneath me?
See me in the bush, bro. He's coming in, so he just check the blue.
All with me. A mere oversight.
An ally has been slain.
Oh shit, Diego's in my jungle. No! Oh, I gotta wait. he stopped.
So little effort. My magic still flows. Do my sigils protect it? To blend in, we
Oh shit.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, don't go in there. They're all dead.
I know that now.
I took one. No bus for you.
Any desire can be exploited. Change is only conflict.
You got sick.
You can ult Silas if he comes after you.
I cannot submit to its temptations.
Enemy killing spree.
Go.
Quickly and constantly.
I got my form.
Then go get it. Back and go get it.
An enemy has been slain.
Grab this scuttle and you should back and go get it. He's gonna get one of the objectives.
Diego behind us. Somewhere.
Yeah, we got all that shit. Now you get form. Yeah, we just went ham right there.
It is time for the demon to enter the realm of the human.
Trying to do this very best we can. I'll kill Viego if I can. Got it.
Now we feel the true power of the demon.
Oh, I had reflect. No. You go after that, and you Q. Yeah.
Let's go. Oh, I almost got him. What's up, buddy?
So I've returned. Yet another mystery.
Shut down.
Oh. Sorry.
Turret plating will fall.
I'm no longer bound by
can't let them get that. That's feats. You gotta get off of that what you're on. Yep. Prioritize. They're there. We can't let them get it. Just make sure you get the objective. Get the objective. Smite it. Yeah, it's priority. Now we go straight to Drake. We can't let him get it. Go straight to Drake. Leave that. Go Drake.
An ally has been slain.
If they want to contest it low, they can. Just go straight to Drake. See, we snagged those feats real quick. We got the turret. Those other objectives don't matter. And then we clear it. Let's go. This is mid. You just make sure you have smite on them. I'll stun him.
15 seconds.
I'll stun him.
10 seconds.
He's dead. Get the Drake. Get the Drake. They have no smite. Thank you. That's what we died for. They knew it. That's what we continue to die for.
Did I drop Rift bottom? And just take that tower?
Do not lose your composure.
It's like, do I just drop it here?
No, you don't have to. You don't have to drop it anywhere right now. I would do it top.
Oh, he's
I would just come wall scale all the way top side after you're red, and then I'll go kill him top, and we'll drop it top.
Roger that.
And then that'll give us prio for autocom. They'll have to come answer top, and we'll be able to go get autocom.
Black Rose will answer for all that they've done.
Yeah, drop it right here. Yep. Take this turret, quick.
Do I get Merc Treads here or armor? They're mostly armor.
Death Dance. I would do Merc Treads, but Death Dance for your item.
Roger that.
An enemy has been slain.
See, like, we should be able to prioritize this.
Inaction invites regret.
This is Rosie.
Your
I reflected the Garen ult.
steady is stagnant.
Oh!
It's okay, we're pushing top for free. It's gonna create our prio in itself with the rift drop top. Babe, I'm about to eat this food if they don't answer me.
I'm not muted.
My family once cast me out, yet part of me still
Good.
loves them.
I was talking about girl.
Oh, roger that. 'Cause I was like, bro. I was checking my phone, make sure. Oh.
That's okay, we got auto come.
With each obstacle,
Oh shit, he's got it. Stop all that. Tommy. I don't have smite.
No, they don't have.
Excuse me.
to blend in, we shed authenticity. I deserve everything I've attained. I know.
An ally has been slain.
They're all here. Careful.
No way.
any desire.
Damn it. I did not want to get caught out. They're all right there. I watched the MF run, your little run all the way from Lee's body, dog, around the battle, and then just post up her ult. I was like, what the fuck is she doing? Just running through everybody, not attacking. She's trying to get out of there for the setup.
She's probably playing her because she sucks at playing ADC. She just is trying to land a good ult. That's all she can do for us.
That's all she could do, bruh. Like, oh, funny as hell. Funny as hell.
Simpler on the council.
Get out of there, bro.
Leadership requires
Damn.
An enemy has been slain.
Die, motherfucker.
My magic
Bah.
still flows. Do my sigils protect it?
I love you.
Now that I've returned to my family, what challenges await me?
Bro, we have the buff. Just get the fuck out of there.
The wolf, the fox.
They had plenty of time
Both necessary, both unrelenting.
to get out of there.
Anthony, you're getting it. You're understanding.
Thank you, sir.
Caitlin's trying to get me. Not gonna happen. You just keep the buff and macro. Unnecessary roughness on the home team. Unnecessary roughness on the home team.
And we're the only ones here right now, unfortunately. But still did okay. He ran right into it. You think he was dead?
Bro, you're supposed to 1-3-1 with Baron. What are you talking about?
Oh no, MF right here. It's like, did he think that Diego was dead? Because he ran right into him, sucking in some dude's ulti, or his soul, Orin. And then he was right there, like, so when he came out as Orin, he just started pounding on her. And he was essentially dead if he backed up and didn't do that. And no health.
inhibitor has respawned. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Adapt to their behavior. No more mistakes.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
See through deception.
Let's get the Drake though. He's finally giving me my Shadow Flame. Jesus. Look at my Shadow Flame. 160 AP. Look. Bye. Good Drake. Just get Drake.
I don't have the smite.
Just get Drake.
15 seconds to smite.
I'm better. I was born to carry today on my day off. You see me reflect that Morgana Q right back at her.
Oh yeah, that was clutch.
Will answer for all that they've done.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
That's not good.
I choose to forgive.
Garen don't even know what to do.
enemy has been slain.
So I've returned. Yet another mystery.
He went that. Oh, he had ult.
I should have been Thought I'd lighten the mood a little.
I killed her with her own Q. This is fun as fuck.
conflict was beyond your comprehension. Show them why. I deserve everything I've attained. I know that now.
has destroyed a turret.
Later, brother. Nice win there.
GG's, brother.
Oh, yeah. They didn't know what they were doing. Take those.
And just carry better. See, look at that damage. See, Silas was good. I just carry better.
I'll be playing later, bro, if you're on.
Alright.
Later, G.
is forced to flash, though, as he had no cleanse available, could not afford to let that Braum passive go off.
Yeah, Boots of Swiftness here for both of the bottom lane members, allowing each of them to dodge a lot of stuff. And deal with the slows from the Freljord champions. So nicely done from them.
Yeah, Masu. Masu has been targeted pretty heavily, though, in this game. You know, it feels like Leviathan have said, you know what, this guy is vulnerable. He is going to be the main focus here. And they've been going at him pretty much nonstop. It doesn't feel like there's been much time this game where he has the summoners up and ready.
Certainly has been a dangerous one for him. Cleanse will be back up shortly, at least to deal with the next Ash Arrow that does come through, though. Seo definitely going to have some options, but really we're looking at can they crack you know, the tower up there on the side. Leviathan made a lot of topside plays. The tower still barely standing there for FlyQuest, still allowing them that extra defense, and they rotate their other AD carry over there. Quad back to the top side, can farm just fine for himself, and you just plant Masu with no flash in mid lane. Much safer for him there. Just try to rely on your Boots of Swiftness and your cleanse.
Yeah, Quad.
And your vision.
Very close to cashing out on that call, has the tier stacking up as well, so he'll be working towards that second item. Corki going to become a bit of a menace, has created a pretty nice CS advantage for himself also. Zofe faring much better this game, though. And Bwipo, you know, is kind of on the receiving end of the push a lot of the time here on the K'Sante. But something that we were talking recently about on the dive, we had Audie Land come on. He was talking about, you know, the macro as a region, and he thinks that really that is where LTA Seoul is falling behind compared to the LTA North. He felt individually and, you know, mechanically there was a lot of really strong players there, but it was the map movements that were really getting the edge. And I feel like you can kind of see that in how Inspired is playing out a lot of this game. A lot of his advantages aren't actually coming from the fights, it's just where he is.
Yep. And then he uses those in the fights. And he was a massive one in that last fight. Teleport up to the top side for Bwipo. They still want to keep this tower standing up here, this extra point of defense. Bottom side has already been taken care of, so they quickly rotate Bwipo here up to this top side one, and Inspired will cross as well.
And we're still pretty far away from Feats of Strength. There's only one objective point per team. Obviously one full set of grubs for Leviathan on the second, one dragon for FlyQuest. So still going to be two more objectives. Does kind of raise the prio a little bit on the Herald, as that of course does count. You can see Scary down about a level and a half at this point to Inspired, and Inspired going to be working towards that second item here. Cody just trying to keep his farm up, trying to make sure that he is going to be as strong as possible when these fights come out, because this game feels like it's going to be all down to objectives, and that's where they're going to have to perform.
Certainly will be, and one where FlyQuest have shown through a lot throughout the long history of this team. As you showed that graphic before, how many games they've played together, keeping the same roster from last year. But Rift Herald started up here, and FlyQuest, I think, will have something to say about it.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. You can see Quad moving up on the map here. Leviathan do still have Zofe down in that bot lane.
They actually ping him back down bottom side. Quad, yeah, he was hovering up, and then they pinged back down bottom side. Say, fine, we'll let him have it. Go back down, push out these sides again, and Inspired returns to his wolves.
Pro Delta very quick on the trigger, it feels like, with these Braum ultis, you know, just letting that Glacial Fissure rip. Doesn't connect on Busio. Is just kind of able to jump back over the wall. Busio now still hunting down on this bottom side. Hasn't really found much purchase in this game. You know, I think it will be tough for him in the team fights as a result. But Zofe in some trouble. Busio going to try to get in there. Jin knocking him down in all range here for Busio. We'll see if he's even going to use it. Decides not to. The flash, and he gets sidestepped on it. Tried to hold on, and Zofe dodges out of everything. Survives there. Busio decided to hold on for so long and gets punished.
Ooh, the Jin Pike, that is what they're supposed to do, is create those types of plays, but completely outplayed. They're not able to finish off the kill. Flash is at least burned while they get that
Cody
turret.
Battling up on the top side. Cody now has that tower. Bwipo's going to go all out and try to finish him down. There's a teleport coming in. Bwipo's got to run at this point. Does take a couple of turret shots, and Zofe will arrive. But nicely done by Bwipo, forcing up the flash from the Azir and the teleport from Zofe. Scary has to be careful here as Quad and Masu are around.
And honestly, these flashes that they did blow, you know, Zofe now has no summoner spells at all. His flash plus teleport, and then Cody's flash also preemptive to this dragon. Infernal Dragon coming up in a few seconds here. Should set FlyQuest up with having so many flash advantages with a huge amount of priority there. Let's see what Leviathan do instead then, because they've got the double push on top side. Scary's trying to look around for Inspired camps up here on this side of the map while they finish off that push.
Busio will be spotted, but not going to be hit by that spear. So Dragon going to be worked on by FlyQuest on the bottom side. Bwipo is here, and he's going to actually go forward. We'll see if he can make anything happen. Zofe and Scary don't have a lot of damage around. Busio going to have to flash. He gets flash followed there by Scary, and Scary's able to take him down. Bwipo has no all-out. Quad has arrived, though, and Quad does hurt. Scary trying to get out of there. It's a flashback from Bwipo. Bwipo still surviving, and Quad going to be able to pick up another kill. Well, they get the Dragon on the bot side. FlyQuest winning out across the map.
Okay, is the Pyke supposed to be a sacrifice bait and like draw them in? Because Busio got annihilated there, but Scary flashed in to pull it off, and they saw them coming for so long that then the reinforcements arrive for FlyQuest.
You're like the used car salesman. Yeah, the tires don't work and the window's broken, but think of how nice and cool it's going to be inside with those shattered windows.
Like, that Pyke did just die there. That's all. But it still turned out good for FlyQuest because they got the defense there with Bwipo being able to survive under the tower and getting the Dragon at the same time. So here it is. Busio is marked currently by Nidalee off of that spear. He couldn't get out of vision to get the regen, and then Scary flashed in to finish off that kill, but he got the stun barely off, and then Bwipo is able to also barely survive on the K'Sante by flashing and then doubling over just to the Braum. Braum with not enough damage to finish him off. So when Quad does arrive, you know, it's a noble sacrifice.
It's brilliant.
Really.
The Pyke is so useless that it baits them into diving and allows him to set up the fight. You know, people talk about Pyke having a lack of engage. You just run up and kill yourself, and then everyone else from your team gets to clean them up. But we'll see Leviathan on Otacon here. They have the info. Busio is coming, as is Quad. Will they get the teleport out of Bwipo? Bwipo is going to have to come here pretty soon, and now will be teleporting behind the team. FlyQuest coming in from all sides here. Pro Delta, Cody, they got to run. The Ash Arrow does connect, but it's not going to really mean anything. FlyQuest push them off, keep it leashed, though it did heal quite a bit. And they want to fight. They want to force the issue here around the Otacon. Ash coming down. They are missing that. And Bwipo going to be getting aggressive here, going forward, trying to look for the Q3. Can't actually find it. He's stunned. He's going to be knocked down there by Zofe. And now it's trouble for FlyQuest. Masu low on health. Bwipo is gone, and they're going to have to try to back this up. This is still half health. It's going to leash. They're pulling it out too far. It's healing a lot now because it's casting while it's leashing. So it healed all the way right back up to full. They're trying to buy time. Masu went back to base. But Leviathan do not push the issue here. That leash really cost them. I feel like they should have been able to try to force. I think that's about as good of a chance as you're going to get. Yeah, it might have been a 50-50, but you're down 4K, so a 50-50 from that spot feels great.
Yeah, Otacon is pretty scary to deal with, too, with even just 4 members still of FlyQuest. And so, in the end, yeah, just pull on back there. I think I always, too, I'm so worried about Inspired's positioning there. If I'm Leviathan, you know, there's flash available on Lilia, but Ultimate was also down. So we'll take a look at the reset. Bwipo here even without the teleports upon reviving, get right back out there. So
Masu may be in some trouble. They're looking to chase aggressively after him, but they see Inspired in the area and they say, you know what, never mind, not going to risk it.
Okay. Quad here is so rich, goes back, gets his Zeal now as well on this Corki. Massive carry potential from him here, and he heads straight back out to the top side too to collect that extra wave. Honestly, the Corki here should be the big playmaker, or the big DPS at least, from the back line. I have to say, in the last fight, you know, when Bwipo went so far forward and you see him use the K'Sante CC immunity past the Braum, it's definitely always a really scary situation because you don't have another like engaged support. Your support is Pyke, very, 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 very squishy. And so
and the Pyke is alive, which is not where you want him to be. You want him to be dead so they can bait them into a bad fight.
You need him to be the one using the taunts.
Exactly, that's where they went wrong. It seemed like he overestimated his position, but now Quad's just going to be Valkyrie forward. Pro Delta tanky, but maybe not tanky enough. The Ash Arrow does connect, but Inspire gets a nice sleep. There's a cleanse from Seo, but Pro Delta not so lucky, and in goes Busio. Gets a kill, a second falls. Cody's going to fall as well. It's everything coming up FlyQuest.
All right, that was a good bone skewer, though. They are able to chase him down. They get 2-3 kills for themselves. That's got to be Otacon. Just Nidalee and Gnar would have to work some crazy magic here if they want to change the story of this game.
Yeah, and Scary has no flash, no chance, so he's just going to be backing it up, go back to his jungle, try to get some farm here. Whippo, though, saying, Zope, you are not safe here. You're not going to get a freebie on that mid lane tower. They're just going to 3-man Otacon up on that top side. Even the Valkyrie getting used aggressively, just trying to speed up the process. They're going to be able to claim that. Voracious Otacon goes the way of FlyQuest, and that counts as an objective. That's the feats of strength.
Certainly does. All right, let's take another look. So, on this brush, Busio here, nice jukes to start it out, and then Bone Skewers in the Braum to collect, you know, the early lead in the fight. The inspired ultimates, plus, wow, so much damage as they chunked him down while they're running away, and allows for Bwipo to come in, push them against the wall. Off of those kills, there's no way Leviathan can stop them on the Otacon, so now you have to deal with this buff.
Yeah.
And the Siege with the buff here is just pushing in. I have to say, this game, so far, some pretty big honors going out to Quad and Inspired especially.
Yeah, I mean, Inspired, it's just showing why, you know, when AP junglers were meta, he was basically never allowed to play this champ because every once in a while, someone would let it through in the LCS and then they'd say, oh, okay, we got Flame Horizon, you know, got all these kills, it got controlled everything, it's really tough. And the same is true here now in the LTA. We're in the America stage and Quad just punishing Zope there, baits out the ult, gets a nice chunk onto him. They're going to grab the dragon here, move to Soul Point. FlyQuest again in full control. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, has the Seekers, has 2 completed items. Inspired's big man on campus.
All right, Pyke clears the ward. Pyke taunt successful. Everybody up there on the top side. And we just call off the play, reset. No problem. Meanwhile, Matsu, you know, you mentioned how they constantly are targeting him. He's got both summoner spells now too, in addition to all that move speed. So this Jhin should honestly feel pretty safe. If you are Sayo and you're the one piloting this Ashe and you're looking to try and you know, carve out an area for your team to come back into the game and get some gold for themselves, you know, he's looking at trying to get into this fog of war and pick off somebody else, somebody that's actually hittable with his Ashe arrow. It is kind of hard because a lot of the enemy are very, very bad targets. It's like, you know, Matsu's pretty hard to hit on the Jhin with all the move speed. Pyke is insanely hard. Bwipo's not one you actually even want. And Quad as well, as long as he has the Valkyrie. But
will they force here? Because they do still have the Otacon GA, and it's going to be a hook in on Pro Delta. Has the debuff applied, but not going to commit to it. And you can see they're much more cautious than they would be pre-nerfs on these Otacons because you're giving over more gold, and it takes way longer to res. So they're not just fully sending it, and the Otacon GAs will be expiring here. So FlyQuest really doesn't get much from it, but still loving their position in this game. Quad pushing in top lane. They're just kind of zoning away Cody. And Cody will be spotted here by Quad, and Quad is just going to go aggressive in. He's going to get swept back into the tower, though. Quad still winning this fight. At the same time, Zope going to be able to have a stun over onto Inspired, but it's Bwipo winning on the other side. It's Bwipo and Matsu going for Sayo, and Sayo is just gone. He gets blown up by the 4th shot. FlyQuest will not be deterred. They take the win, and they're going to go right back to Baron.
Yeah, looks like it. They're not done yet.
Oh, Zope in trouble, did get slept up. The Jhin ulti is going to fire, just doesn't have the range. Matsu can't take him, but they will take the tier 2 tower here. The question is now, will they go to Baron still, or have they spent too much time? Looks like the answer is they'll probably just go for some resets.
They got so much money there with the tower plus all of the kills. So let's see if they can actually get their resets even fully off.
Yeah, quick count was showing about 5-6K in pocket there for FlyQuest. So that is most of what their lead was. Now they've gone back, spent that up. You can see 3rd item in for Quad. Has that rapid fire working towards his IE. Matsu's still working on his IE. And Inspired's got to have quite a bit of gold in pocket because he's been sitting on the same components for quite some time. Has about 1,500 ready to spend.
That Medjai's upgrade. 10 stacks Dark Seal, baby? That's a free ticket.
That's
upgrade that thing. Upgrade that thing, you know.
How are the Magi stocks, you know?
Exactly. What the heck? He's got a arm guard
capped himself out. He's got no room to grow.
True. You got to make the room here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see if they make their moves over to their control wards on Baron. This is more time for Pyke to shine, Azale.
Exactly. This is exactly, he got him where he wants him. We'll see if he can find any sort of play here. Scary just playing with Sayo and Pro Delta. as they are going to let the Ash Arrow rip, and it's going to connect on Quad from downtown. Do they have the damage to finish him off? It's an instant teleport in from Bwipo. Great flashback from Quad, and Quad is just going to take the 1v1 surely. There's the stasis coming through. Busio here timed well, gets the execute. And Leviathan trying to chase after them, but Bwipo is so damn tanky. Busio still surviving. Bwipo goes all out. Here's Masu coming in now with the ultimate. Inspire going to arrive as well. That debuff lands on just one member. Only hit the Brawl, but he lets the sleep rip as well. I think he thought he got multiple members, but he did not. Quad, though, back to base, coming back with the teleport. Inspired just trying to buy that time, trying to keep him around here for the Corki to have arrived. And now he has arrived. They're going to flash forward, though. Masu in trouble, does have to use the cleanse, does have to use the flash, and Bwipo will fall. But Inspired and Quad still full health. Seo very vulnerable. They need to get back in on it, but Scary's doing a great job sustaining him on the Nidalee. And FlyQuest are saying, you know what? We might not win this fight. We need to get out of here.
Yeah, Leviathan fighting their way out. You love to see that. When you get pincered on from two sides with an evenly split team, they immediately use the flash, go for the engage on the river side, get their kills, fight their way out, and earn the right to survive there.
Yeah.
That was critical. That was such a critical play for them.
Absolutely. I mean, that stops a Baron take. You got to choose the weak side to fight towards. Which side was that, Kobe?
Yeah. Well, let's take a look and investigate. We will fairly...
Let's not be hasty.
Let's fairly evaluate both sides. Okay, so remember that Quad had saved his flash from the last tower dive that they did down by secondary tower in the push. And so he uses it here to get Cody so low, and Cody had to use his Zhonya's. Then Busio, he does successfully get the kill and then lure the Nidalee.
Leviathan are back to live and back on Baron. Busio in the area, but they're just committing to this. FlyQuest are going to get here in time, though. Bwipo trying to get there. Inspired threatening. The Ash Arrow does not connect, and Inspired going to look for it. Does he get in? It's taken there by Scary, but can they win the fight? Quad is still alive in the back, and Masu is untouched. Inspired going forward, trying to threaten in onto Seo. Cody on the side trying to get something done, but it's Bwipo going all out, and it's Cody who's in trouble. It's all of Leviathan who's going to fall. Scary's going to run out the back of the pit. They grab the Baron, but FlyQuest crush him.
Dragon Soul is on the map as well. Scary, he could try and come over. It looks like they're going to push mid first, but you got to go for that Dragon Soul. Is there a way that Scary can actually steal this?
I think they're going to try to look for both at the same time. Quad is here, Bwipo likely to zone, and Inspired will just be souling up the Dragon, is my guess. Quad grabs the tier 2, going to steal away some jungle camps. They have eyes on Scary. They're going to grab the soul, as he called out, Kobe.
All right, so Scary doesn't make his way over there. Not trying to pull off the miracle. Way too dangerous. Goes to answer mid, and FlyQuest will get their Ocean Soul after that scrap over here. And let's take a look, because I believe I saw like 120 health or something. Inspired had tried to go in. Okay, good dodge on the Ash Arrow to start it out, but they go fully for it. Yeah, Inspired fully goes in, pulls off his Zhonya's right after going for the smite. Even though they don't get it, they do all group up on him, and Scary being over on the other side meant that FlyQuest inside the Baron pit kind of got the extra little advantage there for the moment with their numbers. And nice little job there done on the other side for Quad. The Corki damage was very real there.
Oh, we're back to live, and Pro Delta's dead already, and Seo's got really no way out. He's got no flash. He has the cleanse, but doesn't even matter. Slowed down and ulted up by Busio. Busio takes down another one. Those Pyke stocks, they are gaining some traction here.
He's kind of grouped in with the rest of the
index fund.
The Lilia and Corki stocks are doing a lot of heavy lifting.
That's true, that's true. FlyQuest, though, pushing on the base here. Bwipo's up on that top side, and with no bot lane, Leviathan really cannot contest here. Cody's going to be in some trouble. Does get chunked out there by Quad with some help from Inspired, and it's going to be 2 inhibitors going FlyQuest's way. Nothing Leviathan can do about it.
Yep. At least those here. Ocean Soul keeping them nice and healthy. Bwipo even going around see if he can fish for anything here, but the Empowered Q does not hit.
Yeah, Seo's going to be up shortly here. Bwipo does get scooped back, but he is K'Sante, and he's got Ocean Soul, and it's Cody that's in trouble, and it might be Leviathan going down right here, right now. Seo has respawned. Bwipo trying to play this a little bit slowly, wants to be careful and not overplay their hand. FlyQuest very patient so far in this series. Pro Delta is fishing, moving forward. Bwipo trying to heal up with that Ocean Soul as down towards bot lane goes Quad and Inspired, cutting the wave and pushing this in, looking to threaten that last inhibitor here. Busio moving forward, seeing if he can find an angle. None given to him, but it's still 26 seconds until Cody is going to be back here, and FlyQuest smell blood in the water.
They certainly do. All 3 inhibitors will be taken. Super minions are going to get here, but will they arrive in time?
Pro Delta's in a lot of trouble. Quad getting damage down onto him. That wall, though, doing so much work, keeping him alive. And Scary throws in a massive heal. Zofe about to mega out here. They just need 6 seconds for Cody. FlyQuest say, you know what? We didn't get a heal there. Let's reset. So much gold in pocket right now. Yeah, a good 6, 7, maybe even 8,000 gold between the team, ready to spend. It's now a 5,000 gold lead individually for Quad. He is just killing it this game.
He certainly is. Yeah, they have not given a lot of comeback angles here. Taking 3 inhibitors, double super minions, will be streaming in from all sides to attack Leviathan. Very quick reset from FlyQuest as they get back out and finish the job here. Push straight down mid.
There's your Magi's.
Teleport as well from Quad. Yeah, Magi's here. You got the 10, so you got the extra bonus.
All right.
Let's see how many stacks by the end of the game for Inspired. Level 18 Lilia with Flash.
He is looking like a monster. In this one, FlyQuest just got to wait for the minions to do their work. They're coming in from all sides. You can see top and bot. They are marching forward. Quad going to help speed up that process down in bot lane. Leviathan, you really got to kind of find your moment and go before all these minions stack up. It's almost impossible to wave clear 6 supers at a time and still deal with FlyQuest. And you can see Inspired now up towards that top side. He is going to help speed that process up, pushing them in and trying to sync these waves. Mid sync pretty well with top, but is desynced a little bit there from bot, so that will buy maybe a moment of reprieve for Leviathan.
Quad right in.
Yeah, Quad just going to go forward here. Bwipo, though, looking to fight back. Zofe trying to get something done on the Quad, looking for that Bronx Stun, does get it. Bwipo, though, just chasing after Seo. It's Seo that's in a lot of trouble. Quad gets shut down, though. Seo trying to make it happen, cutting back in the middle of his team, but it's Inspired in on top of it. It's Inspired getting the kill. Busio going forward with the ult, doesn't actually take down Zofe, but it's Bwipo and Inspired in the base, and the minions are getting the work done. They're always on FlyQuest's side. FlyQuest crush game 1, crush game 2, and are looking to take the 2-0 here over Leviathan, but not before styling on them, showing them everything they didn't need to do it. They claim the win, they claim the victory. They will move forward in the America stage.
FlyQuest looking confident here in Brazil. What a couple of games from them. Still Inspired, deathless in that one. Didn't go down. Of course, Quad at the very end decided this game is over. Time to face first into the enemy team. So he ends up with 1 death. But honestly, very, very good stuff from him for the majority of the game.
Got 22 stacks as well on the Magi. So critical error there, ending the game a little bit early. Didn't get the full value.
Gotta wait for those respawns.
Exactly. FlyQuest, though, looking strong. This is why people were so afraid of them. Regardless of their seeding, this team has proven how capable they are. Last year in the LCS, winning a title over Team Liquid, really going back and forth with them, and then showing just how much they can get done internationally. Love all the fans here with the FlyQuest jerseys in the crowd as well. Love to see them showing up and cheering on the LTA North team. The fans have been incredible here on day 1 of the America stage here in Sao Paulo. It's been a lot of fun to kick off this tournament. I'm hoping tomorrow the games are even better, even closer.
Yeah, there's already been a lot of energy here on day number 1. We got some cosplayers as well lined up for what I would assume would be a Bwipo interview, as he was the last one on stage, and he generally will deliver some spice. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially after that monster game 1, the Volibear performance was really Bwipo versus the world there. You can see him congratulating the team, going down, and always wanting to be that good teammate. He's talked about that so much, and about his personal journey, his personal growth. And you know, FlyQuest have really been growing so much as an organization, as a team. And it's been fun to watch them over this last year and change as we're starting off here. Nearing the end, I guess, of Split 1 in 2025, though that feels weird to say, because it feels like we just are getting started.
Estou aqui também com o Alau, que vai auxiliar a gente nessa tradução. A minha primeira pergunta para ele já é sobre a primeira vez que ele joga aqui no Brasil. Então, como é que foi essa experiência? Quero que você comente para a gente pouquinho sobre isso.
You never played in Brazil before, so tell us a little bit about what do you think about this experience of playing here for the first time?
I learned a new word, valeu. It's been great. For me, playing here in Brazil, I get it. We're from North America. We're playing against Brazilian and Latin American teams. For me, it's an opportunity to have the fans here watch me play and ultimately earn the right for their support.
ele falou que ele sabe algumas palavras como valeu e que nesse choque entre Norte América e LTA Sul, ele gosta muito porque também é uma oportunidade para ele e os fãs aproveitarem ao ver ele jogar. Então ele está muito feliz.
Bom, a nossa próxima pergunta vai ser sobre... Agora a gente já sabe que vocês vão enfrentar a 100 Thieves no próximo jogo. Vocês ainda não jogaram contra eles nesse split, então como é que tá a sua expectativa para esse próximo jogo?
So now we know you guys will face 100 Thieves in next week. So tell us a little bit also about this match and what is your expectation for this game?
I think 100 Thieves is a lot about preparation. I think that when they have really good preparation and catch you off guard, they can have really good level 1s, really good swaps. In general, they've been playing better across the board, so it's a good test to see whether or not we deserve to play our finals, and they're a good opponent.
Ele falou que basicamente ele sabe que a 100 Thieves também tem pontos muito fortes e que basicamente eles vão demonstrar o porquê. São as duas equipes que merecem chegar na final.
Pra gente finalizar aqui agora, tinha muita gente torcendo por você aqui na nossa arena. Queria saber se você tem alguma mensagem que você queria mandar aí pra torcida brasileira.
You have a lot of fans here in Brazil, so any words for them?
Obrigado demais.
Lau, muito obrigada pela sua tradução. People, thank you very much. Congratulations for your winning. E agora a gente fica aguardando aí o próximo confronto da FlyQuest, que vai ser contra a 100 Thieves.
Thank you for that interview. Good to see FlyQuest dominate.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Yeah, a little concerned for the fans in Sao Paulo after 4 losses in a row. Yeah. If we get 4 more.
Tomorrow's the day. I predicted that both of the series today we're going to go to the north side, but tomorrow's when the mustache gets saved. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm confident. I think I got it.
A reminder, if all 4 northern teams win, Raz wins the bet. You lose
I have
your mustache.
to shave my mustache.
If a single one loses,
I have
Raz
no
grows a
idea
mustache.
what you're gonna look like without a mustache. I cannot imagine.
There's photos out there. You could find it.
We're going to be having Busio join us momentarily.
I definitely look like a bum with mustaches. Like I've had it a full year with
Busio.
Oh God, he's here.
Hello.
What's up, brother?
Hello.
So talk
I miss
to
you
us.
guys.
We miss you too.
Hey.
Although
Hey,
it
man.
felt like we were experiencing that game with you on Pike. Can you talk us through some of the big plays early in the game?
I mean, there weren't that many big plays, but like the big strength is I'm just a menace in the river with like vision, like around Otacon. I just have Umbral Glaive, I'm taking all their wards, and it's just like the enemies are constantly stressed that they need to go check the objective. And that's the main strength. Like every fight, I was just like trolling and getting like CC'd with Outmark Treads versus Gnar. But my vision game was good, and not dying to Gnar will work later. This one is me eating 2 spears into baiting Nidalee to use flash and turn around the fight. So well played to me.
You did get the
baiting,
flash.
it gets.
Congratulations.
You can run at any point. This is turning into an interrogation, but make your case to your coach, because I remember the last time, actually, Emily.
Yeah, I talked to Nuke Duck after the last time you played Pipe, and it didn't go so well. And he was like, I was like, so is that happening again? He was like, no. So what did you say?
It happened again.
What did you say?
Oh, man.
Wow. What did you say to Nuke Duck to get him to come on your side? Did you just show him like Carrier VODs and be like, look, Carrier's smashing with this?
Nah, I didn't show him anything. It's just good in that draft,
Nice.
We have Lilia and they have Braum, so like I'm useful, and it may have not looked like it, but I was useful in terms of vision and stuff.
This is
and
true.
Definitely,
respectable.
I'll talk to Nuke after and see if it's banned again, but I don't think it will be, but who knows?
No, I'm just joking. Thank you for being such a good sport.
How has it been in Brazil thus far? Because the audience energy is one thing, like the food has been another. I don't know if you've gotten the opportunity, but just tell me how it's been with practice and everything since getting down there.
Pretty good. I mean, like in this arena, the energy is a lot, The fans are very passionate, and that is cool to see. And, the food is really good, like the steak, lots of steak, a lot of steak. So, yeah, that's basically been it.
Okay. Well, okay, specifically the noise of the crowd, because we weren't hearing it too much during the player walkouts, but then the casters were talking about boos happening. But by the end of the game, we saw a lot of FlyQuest jerseys out there. So did you win the crowd over during the match? How was that like from the beginning to the end?
Yeah, we were getting booed at the start, so that was interesting. But by the end, I did see FlyQuest jersey, so I knew we had the supporters there. And yeah, either way, it was a cool studio to play in.
How have scrims been since you got there? Have you been explicitly scrimming the northern teams, or have you been mixing it up with both sides of the bracket?
We've been mixing it up, but definitely have scrimmed a lot of the LTA southern teams. And yeah, they're good practice. I was honestly surprised. They're pretty good. So yeah, I'm glad we scrimmed them, and now we have played both kinds of teams.
Looking ahead, they asked Whippo about this on stage, but the last time you guys faced 100 Thieves, it was kind of a shellacking, I believe, in the third place match. How much do you think they've improved since then, and what are your goals going up against them?
I mean, they've definitely improved. All teams improve just over time. Our goal is still the same, just play our game, and if we play well, we will definitely win, and if we don't, we might lose. So we just need to focus on ourselves and keep playing like we normally do.
Hey, Busio, thanks for joining us. Final question, though, because we grilled you on Pike. What was your favorite moment of that game on Pike? Personal favorite.
Favorite moment. I mean, like when I first got my Umbral Glaive, and I was just like one-shotting all those wards. that was.
It's about the vision.
That was nice.
It's about the vision, everybody. Before we let you go, though, Busio, can I ask something of you? Because you're giant behind us. Can you pat Raz on the head real quick? I want to see if you can line it up.
Can't do this.
Come on, there we go.
He can.
A little R. No.
Don't let it happen.
Little pat.
Don't let it happen. Don't do it.
All right, there we go. There we go. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
He's crushed your face.
Oh, God.
Sorry, Raz.
It's all good. It's all good.
All right, have a good one, Busio. Thanks for joining us.
Busio, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Good to talk to him. FlyQuest, I'd say, dominated. 100 Thieves was a lot closer in terms of the individual game. Series was still too well. We have our players of the series officially in. First series, it was Quid. Second series, it was Inspired.
Okay.
Could it be anyone else? CEO of Full Clear.
Well,
the true CEO of Full Clear. He did what? He soloed 2 Drakes.
Yeah. He was
by himself.
Nearly 2 levels ahead of the Nidalee, the ganking Nidalee, with no setup, by the way.
And game 1, he finished Locket before getting a single Heartsteel stack. That was my favorite part.
The beauty.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought his team fights were great. He was definitely clearing a lot more effectively than Scary. While his teammates were just kind of going crazy in game 2, he was the one that was full focused. So I thought he had an incredible series.
And then on the flip side, Quid absolutely took over in team fights, right? Like the game-changing team fight gave him a lot of momentum, and he and River still, to me, are like the main drivers on 100 Thieves of a lot of their fights. When these two teams match up again, I think 100 Thieves have improved, but I also think the meta has shifted just slightly enough to give them a little bit more of a chance. I still think it's FlyQuest favored, but if they do want to take a lot of those team fights before FlyQuest really want to, it could end up interesting.
The edge, like, of course I'm leaning towards FlyQuest, but like Sniper's a more competent player, more well-rounded player, and then FBI had a really good series.
Yeah.
So I just think that we'll have to see how it goes, but it'll be a fun one. And
also remember that 100 Thieves, they're the first seed coming in. And FlyQuest is the team they're all like, they're probably still the best team, but they dodged each other in the first rounds here in the North bracket. So now we actually get the answer of like who is the better team, the first seed or the team that kind of performed below expectations but then brought it back.
Yeah, let's pull up the bracket to see what we have in store. That 100 Thieves FlyQuest game is going to be played next Saturday as one of the 2 best-of-3 semifinals. And tomorrow we have Isres Astral, or Eastral, as they've been calling it over in the South, and C9 Loud are the 2 matchups tomorrow, with C9 Loud coming up first. So let's look at the schedule for the exact timings of how that's going to be happening. If you're watching now and you're wondering why our broadcast is ending at 3, it's because we started 2 hours earlier, and we're going to do that again tomorrow. So C9 Loud, 11 a.m. PST. That's 2 hours before the normal start time for the LTA North, and then immediately following that series is going to be the next series.
If you thought the fans were loud today, oh God, the pun. Loud fans are definitely just as loud. So
that was a painful
I
pun.
did not expect it, but like it is what it is. Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
I got that one.
Terrible.
Click late.
That's it for us, Raz. End on a high note. We'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. Please tune in at the start of the show for C9 versus Loud.
I like it.
Don't do it!
Don't rip
Well,
it.
Valentine's is over. It is over. Valentine's is over.
You can rip it. You can rip it.
Raz hates love.
Can't even rip it, bro.
Hola, Brazil! And welcome, LTA!
Run that flash. Run that flash. Poke it in. Poke it in. Run that flash.
That flash.
Nice, guys. Good job.
Take.
I'm okay. We're looking Zara.
Okay.
Aura behind, guys. Aura behind. We're clicking round. Take it. Yeah. Just flash, guys. It's fine. Keep going.
Look, Kaiser. Kaiser, easy good. It's good. Go fight.
Go shoot down.
Keep going, good.
I TP behind, guys. I TP behind.
Talia, no flash, guys. Chase.
I missed.
Caralho.
Jax on me. I died. Jax no.
Wait, nice kill.
Nice, guys!
Coming.
Yeah.
Let's keep fighting.
Azir here, guys. Azir out. Kill Azir.
Azir there.
Nice. Can we have it? We can have it, no?
We can.
Go back, guys. Go back.
Yeah, we can end, guys. We can end. Yeah, we can.
Azale here, joined by Kobe for the second series, and we saw FlyQuest come out to a lot of boos.
Look. Keep flash.
Nice.
Take it slow. I'm going.
Okay,
he's going. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'll kill him.
Let's go.
We need to go objectives. Let's go. He's, I think, fine.
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. This guy, I want this guy too. Can you guys come and help me soon or no? Because I can buy time.
Hit the tower.
Hit the turret first. Oh, whoa. He's a monster. I have everything.
There is still a wave, and we need to finish out the tower.
Fight.
Go.
Fight cannot flash, okay? I think Satan will. Look here. Okay, I can look back.
Everyone is sleeping.
Yeah, going on the link. Action of flash. I have E, okay? I have E for you, Corky. Dark flash. Yeah, now we'll die here.
Guys, they can be here.
Yes, fight.
Dash is going to be out of position.
Brown for free. It's fine, I get that road, but it doesn't matter.
You can ult here.
I'm zoning the Azir. Azir absolutely nice.
GG.
in a lot of their kind of big moments where they like had their almost wins against T1, and like a lot of their almost great moments were kind of punctuated by mistakes from Umti, right? So it is tough, and hopefully they can kind of find that consistency. I know they had an interview with him, and he's basically like, you guys can't say anything. It's just like a best of 3, right? So I could play bad this week, and he said in the interview that like, but next week I could be the best player in the world or whatever. So at least I was glad to hear that he wasn't just kind of like down on himself, because it doesn't do anything for you. It's nothing positive there. So hopefully TL can find some stability. But yeah, I was already a little worried for them at the start of the split, and now I'm like a lot more worried for them for sure. So
yeah, I mean, there's definitely been a lot of highlights on Umti, and I don't know. To me, he's definitely not had his best performance, but I think like there's more than that as well.
Their team fighting
right?
is really bad.
I mean, even just
APA's
individual
chase.
performance, right? Like APA has had some really sketchy Azir moments, like some super bizarre stuff there, and like Impact got solo killed as Jace versus Cassante against Fudge, and so I don't think Umti's the only one who's like faltering.
Yeah,
I think that the team
they're
as
just
a
the
whole
most obvious.
Yeah, and I think the team as a whole is just not as untouchable as they were, just because I think most people are still remembering them from last year, where it was the entire split was people just saying how good this team is, and so yeah, obviously the expectations are really high. So anything other than the best is gonna not look that good. So yeah, we're gonna have to see if they can get it back together. But I'm kind of in agreement that they're top 4 for me. I don't think they're the level of C9 or Fly right now.
Yeah, and then for FlyQuest, I guess takeaways from their side, like, they did try some more variations. Whippo was talking after last weekend, or the previous one, about how Shopify had tried to pick the like extra long range into them with their Hui, poke comp or whatever. And then Whippo was like, yeah, but if you guys aren't as good on those champions, then we're still going to be able to outplay you and stuff. And so it definitely looked like FlyQuest were trying more things than like their comfort. So it does make me confident that going into this tournament, like they're going to make pretty big improvements within their practice. And I just hope that the same is true for Team Liquid. So I'm hoping the practice is good. And one cool thing is that Team Liquid actually has a facility in Brazil, in Sao Paulo.
For their Counter-Strike team?
I don't know what team it's for. Maybe it probably is for Counter-Strike.
I think it was.
But they have a facility, and I was watching Jose Deodo stream, and he's in the facility. Like the TL logo is behind him.
Wait,
and
really?
they're playing them later too.
Why was he in there?
Because I don't know. I think they're like renting it for practice or something like that. Because Israel Estrella is the LATAM team.
Probably wouldn't have
so it's actually like it's an advantage for TL to have their own facility, of course, down there. So their travel like setup situation should theoretically provide like some good practice. And then it is a little weird that like their first opponent has been using the facility.
Hey guys,
but hopefully both of us.
Steve got the cam, behind.
Yeah, I'm wondering that. It's like, they might have a little...
Steve's in the walls.
Might have a little extra intel.
Yeah, you're like, oh, why are they practicing in there? You're like, oh, well, TL gave them a really good deal for some reason. They're like, yeah, come practice here for free. No problem.
Yeah, don't worry about all that software running in the background.
Why does that camera have a red light on it? That's weird. I wanted to ask you, Meteos, what did you think about the Inspired Vi game against TL as our resident Vi hater? Because I thought that he played insane that game.
He did.
I thought he was
Inspired is
absolutely
one of the
cracked.
people who can play it. Yeah.
He's got the Vi pass.
He has the pass because
who else gets led in the club on Vi?
Owners Vi is really good.
Okay.
And one thing that I noticed a lot of them do is, there was this play Inspired made in that tiebreaker that was so impressive to me that I swear, like, every other Vi in NA messes up. It was his first gank bot lane where he was level 6 and he was kind of running up on TL's bot lane when they were like a little bit outside the turret. And, so Inspired has everything. He's got like Q, Flash, and all. And it's like, how are you going to play that? And I think what a lot of people do is they would like, you know, ult in and then maybe have to like flash out when you blow their flashes. But Inspired just Q flash on them and then forced both of their flashes as the wave's coming in. And then he just backed out. So he took no damage. He got both flashes. And then TL had to back off the turret because
he could ult
there's
them.
there's the threat of Inspired ulting. And so it's like, wow, that was so well played, since he didn't even need to use his ult. He didn't take any damage, and he got pretty much the maximum result out of the play. So I think that's the kind of thing where, you know, when people look at Vi, I think they get tunnel vision. What are you cheesing about?
No, I'm just laughing because we've come to the point where we're like, yay, he did not Vi ult people with full sums right next to their tower, and we're like so proud that people are not
it is because
Vi inting.
So many people are playing Vi, and I think part of it is you let your teammates mind control you, right? Because say you are a laner who's never played Vi, but you play against Vi all the time, and to you it's like, he just presses R on me and it's over, GG. So then when you're on their side, you're like, yeah, just press R, dude, just press R, like Q flash ult, just ult him, it doesn't matter, nothing else matters, just ult him. And then you go into it playing like that, and you look like a total clown, you're just running it down. And that's not the reality of it, you know. It's like the Jarvans who like flash combo ult. They're like, yo, got in my ult, he's got no flash. Oh, I'm dead. So it's definitely nice to see people who are a little bit more controlled with it. Also, you know, the way that Inspired would like reposition with his flash in team fights, that's something I saw Owner do a lot on Vi, is like, you know, you go in, you ult, and then you would quickly flash out, and then you can re-engage with your Q later, or you just make a ton of space, because it's like when Vi's going in, you cannot ignore her. You have to respond in some way. So, yeah, I mean, it was just super good Vi play, which is kind of rare.
He did like all of the things that you're looking for, where it's like he had in the final fight, I remember he had both carries in front of him, and so he's like on the Azir with his Q, but since Azir is right in front of him, he's like, great, I can just Vi ult behind you onto the Ashe instead, and I get knockups on both of you, instead of like doing the tunnel vision, you know, like you're talking about, and trying to immediately just kill the Azir. You know, and then he lets Masu on Corki finish off the Azir, who's at 50%.
Yep.
And he goes on to the next carry, and it's just like those efficiency things, and not tunnel visioning are, I guess, the most important thing in handing out your Vi passes to people.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm the most insane Vi player too. I'm sure if you put me in there on Vi, I would look like a clown too. But it's just, you know, what we see so often from people
100%.
on this champion, because it's like, it is really easy to feed on her, and it is easy to, you know, see red and just press R and not think about anything else.
I thought it's like both those two plays that you guys highlighted were things I wanted to mention, but the one that was actually the craziest to me was when TL won a fight around mid, and then FlyQuest lose like 3 or 4 members or whatever, and it was, I think they lost 3, and it was him and Busio, I think maybe, or him and Quad, I can't remember, were the only 2 alive, over by Otacon. So TL won a fight mid, and then they go up, and he delayed so much. It was actually crazy. Like, the amount of pressure he was able to draw, he was always staying just close enough that they couldn't ignore him, and just far enough away that they couldn't actually finish him off. He's forcing out, you know, a Cassante ult, and then he's like queuing over the wall or flashing over the wall or whatever. He's constantly re-engaging, going back in when his passive is up to utilize the shield and soak even more damage. Like, he made that play look like this was a position that TL was about to win the game from, to pretty much wiping, I want to say almost all, if not all, of the Otacon GAs off. And like, that whole sequence I thought was crazy. Like, he played that so well. And I just, the thing that blows my mind the most about Inspired is not that he hits these levels, because you do see some incredible plays from pro players sometimes, but it's that he does it so consistently, right? It's like, I just thought that game was crazy. That was not an easy game to play out, and TL even got Mountain Soul, right? I think.
Yeah, I mean, the game looked pretty bad for FlyQuest multiple times, but they were able to just find ways back into the game, and that was really cool to see.
Yeah, really.
Both Jan and CoreJJ afterwards on pros were like, they messed up. There's so many points where they're like, if we didn't just mess this up, and you can identify multiple of these team fights and multiple of these setups where, it could have been a Team Liquid win, but all of these issues that we've seen from them, you know, you can't just go, oh, what if we didn't, you know, make that mistake or whatever so many times. So For sure, I think it was good from FlyQuest, but it wasn't like they had it in the bag the whole time.
Yeah,
Not at all.
no, I mean I think TL was looking. If your nameplate's off, there was multiple points that game where you would have called the TL win, right? Like, and I would have too. But we're gonna take a quick break, and then we're gonna be back right after this with Audi. Welcome back to the dive driven by Kia. We have the LLA GOAT. We've got Audi Land joining us, 5-time LLA champion. And you are here to talk about the LTA South versus LTA North matchups, because obviously LLA teams that joined the LTA South did really, really well. They're first and second seed. So we brought you in to be able to give us the experience against both the North and the South teams.
I mean, yeah, I think like I know more like Isurus Extra because there are 4 people that I play with against or in my team. Obviously, I don't know that new top laner, but I think they show really good on this part of the tournament. I feel like Isurus Extra, obviously, I think is a little bit better than Leviathan. Like if I have to talk about like each player, I feel like mid lane is the best role in that team. I think Mireo is like just the GOAT, and he always want to like get advantage on lane. So I feel like, for me at least, I feel like they're gonna face Team Liquid. I think. I think he's better than APA. I'm just gonna be honest. Yeah, I feel like he's better than APA. At least, unless he plays 6. I mean, he's so good with 6 APA. But I feel like the style of Mireo is better than APA. APA's style is like a 1-2 roam. I think every time he just want to push the lane and just roam to help the team. And I feel like Mireo is not gonna let him like easy lane.
That's actually a really interesting topic, because people have been talking about APA's like positioning in team fights and stuff too. When you're like scrimming against him, do you think it's like what's the easiest thing to attack for him?
I feel like his laning phase. That's why I'm very comfortable. That very like, I don't know how to say, but I feel like Mireo is like better than him. That's what I'm saying. Like only laning phase I know, but I feel like his APA is really good at like reading the map.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So before we get into all those specific matchups, obviously, you joined LTA North here. You came from the LLA. You even have it in your name now. It's Audi Land, which I think is cool, representing the region. Talk to me a little bit about how your experience has been so far, playing in LTA North, and maybe kind of some of the differences.
Well, at the start, obviously, we didn't have like a lot of experience because we have some visa issues. But as soon as we started screaming, I feel like the level of like individual players, it wasn't that different, to be honest. But I feel like the macro stuff was really different from my own region. So that's why it cost a little bit me and the support to just like be the same page. But I feel like if we have a little bit more time to just get used to, I think we should show a little bit better on the stage. But yeah, I think the change was pretty good for our region because we really needed to grow up.
Nice.
And I think this is the good step to do it.
Well, we can start with the first matchup that is going to be this coming Saturday at 11 a.m. Pacific. It's going to be 4 p.m. in Brazil. It's 100 Thieves versus Pain. So you said you obviously haven't played against this team because it is one of the former CV Law teams, but you've been watching a lot of LTA South as well.
Well, I play versus Pain.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. I feel like the best player is
internationally, I guess, right?
Yeah, the best player is Titan. I think
for sure.
I think he's just a beast. He's showing also in the playoffs. I feel like he's the heart of the team. Also with the jungler, I think, but he didn't do that well in this tournament. But I feel like if someone has to like be the star, I think it's Titan.
It's pretty funny because he leads the league both in kills and deaths. So it's like, which is pretty rare for an AD carry, but like he is so aggressive.
Like he has more deaths than anyone?
Yes. He's #1 in deaths and #1 in kills.
That is super rare for AD carry.
Yeah, like he is just the most aggressive. Like I feel like whenever I think of him, I think of his Ezreal and him just like shifting in on everyone.
Have you seen him on Ashe? He has in front of everybody, done his skill, and he's just good.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna send you his Tristana game that he played in LTA South. It is so sick. He's like always going in for like double jump executes and stuff, and like then jumping back out. It's like every play is super hype for him. So I mean, yeah, watching them play, he makes it really fun. So I can see why he has so many fans. He's also like he's one that like gets up and celebrates on stage.
Yeah, I mean, I remember him from like Worlds and you know, all the international events. He's a name we've seen multiple times, and yeah, I mean, he's just fun to watch. You know, he's having a good time up there.
Yeah, I think he's really fun to watch, to be honest.
Because we talked to some of the casters and we got some notes and stuff, and they were talking too that there was like a little bit of drama because Seos was like calling out some of the members of some of the Brazil teams, and Jinqueiro was one of them. What do you think about their mid lane? Like, Seos was like, yeah, he's a weak player, and like they wanted to attack him. I know that there had been trash talk back and forth, you know, probably Titan started it, you know, and kind of got the aggro going. But what about their mid lane too?
I mean, I don't know about the mid lane, but I know Seo. Like he always want to like show that he's better than the opponent. So if someone is gonna trash him, he will talk about. Okay. Yeah, because I think he's very like he's very confident of his skills. So he always gonna like try to show to everybody like why he's good. But actually, I don't know about the mid laner thing.
Yeah.
Maybe he just talk and he wants to defend his teammates.
In the games I was watching, a lot of them seem like pretty comp dependent. Because like when Pain was playing against Loud, you know, they drafted this like Nocturne Orianna in the very first game. And then, you know, they just drafted like 3 tanks on the other side and like Azir and Ezreal with dashes and stuff. And so like even though they lost the early game, then it became a lot about comp. So I think it's going to be really interesting to watch the drafts progress in these games as well.
It's going to be Fearless?
Yep.
Also?
Yeah. It's still Fearless. So for those of you who don't know, the roster for Pain right now is Weiser in top lane. They have Weiser and Curry, who are their 2 Koreans. Curry plays support, and Weiser plays top lane. And they have Karioka, who's a very famous player, obviously. Well, I mean, Pain in general. I think all 3 of the Brazilians are very well known. Jinqueiro and Chidan. I think it's Chidan, right? Chidan.
Yeah. It's hard. It's like a T and a CH.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you say it?
Titan.
Titan?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I feel like it's interesting with them going up against 100 Thieves because obviously I think 100 Thieves was kind of a surprise to finish as highly as they did, right? And it was funny because I was hearing from some of the Brazilians that I was speaking with that when FlyQuest and TL, you know, ended up losing, they ended up being really happy that the LLA teams got first and second because they're like, oh, we're dodging FlyQuest and TL because they still were believing that those were the best teams, not actually C9 and 100 Thieves. So it'll be interesting. I mean, I think this is going to be a really hype match. Obviously, the Brazilian fans are going to be, I think, pretty intense for the former CBLOL teams, you know, trying to cheer them on and see if they could pull off an upset. And it's like, and if I'm looking at, you know, history and stuff, well, we saw 100 Thieves lose to R7 at Worlds last year. They were the first team to ever lose in play-ins for NA. So it's like, I feel like there's extra pressure on the 100 Thieves team because they had that happen to them last year to be able to perform well. But also, it's like maybe the nerves and stuff work in Pain's favor.
Yeah, I feel like can happen, to be honest. Like they did last year. I feel like 100 Thieves, when we play against them, they didn't play like as good as like everyone was saying.
Yeah.
Because I was talking with some players and they say like 100 was like one of the best or just the best team, but they choke a little bit versus I don't know who they play, but yeah, I think it's gonna be different. I feel like they grew up, the 100 Thieves. Like they also be the first team, I think, here.
Yep.
So yeah, I think I think they should win. To be honest, they should win, but I don't know, everything can happen.
I definitely agree. Like I'm pretty confident too, because like not only was like Seos calling out Jinqueiro. I mean, I know last year he got Finals MVP Jinqueiro, but I feel like Quid has been insane, and I feel pretty confident about like the mid lane matchup. Bottom lane is like the only thing.
FBI was doing really well though.
I know our bottom lane has been smurfing. It's just that Titan makes it like so volatile, you know, and he's more about like you know, taking over the team fights. But I feel confident about all of our teams, so I think 100 Thieves for sure, for sure is gonna get this dub. You know, I mean, you're talking about the bottom lane. Like Ayla also has been playing way better. So,
Yeah. I mean,
I feel pretty confident. Plus, or go ahead.
Last year at Worlds, I thought 100 Thieves should make it out of play-ins, but I didn't really have that much confidence beyond that because I thought they were a really bad macro team. And I thought it's like the way that I saw 100 Thieves doing well at Worlds last year was just basically River and Quid being better than their opponents,
yes.
right? I do think 100 Thieves is a more well-rounded team now. I think FBI was a pretty big upgrade in the bot lane. I think Ayla is playing better. I don't think Sniper's had like the best games on stage, but I'd be interested to hear your opinion on him because from players I've been talking to and their coaches and stuff, people are saying they think that Sniper has developed a fair bit from last year. Like he's like, you know, in difficult situations and playing tanks and lane swaps and stuff, he's doing a lot better. So the team does seem more well-rounded. But still, I mean, it's like the stars are clearly to me River and Quid, right? Like those guys, I think, are the kind of like heart of the team.
I think obviously for me, at least in the last year, Quid didn't have the best performance.
At Worlds, he didn't. No.
Yeah,
he got gapped by by Gainey.
Yeah, so also it's gonna be like pretty well change. I feel like he's better now. I think so, and also like for top lane, I think Sniper. I don't know why versus us, he just locking Casante every time, and just like Summit just beat him like really hard. So I don't know. I feel like they just I don't know. They play really different against us, but for this year, I feel like FBI, like you said, is really a good upgrade.
Yeah.
That support is playing so well also. So I feel like the key for 100 is gonna be the jungler. I think he should be better than playing jungler.
Mm-hmm.
So also the mid, if they play like really good, I think there's no chance to like paying who's paying? Loud?
Pardon? Yeah,
Paying,
it's Paying.
gonna win.
How big are lane swaps? Are they as big in LTA South as they are here? Like
they're lane swapping a lot.
They're lane swapping a lot. Okay.
But I personally thought that the lane swaps was one of the areas that LTA South looked weaker. I don't know if you agree, but like I felt like just even some examples. Like for example, there was a game where it's like I think it was it the Isris Leviathan? I think it might have been. But on the lane swap on level 1, it's like here you always see like when like the dual lane always steps so far forward and fully zones you from XP, and it's like top laners generally have to go up half their health or more to get the 3 melee creeps for experience. But there was like a number of cases where like they weren't getting fully zoned and stuff, and were getting like into these comfortable situations where like Casante even in like a 1v2. I want to look at my notes, but I think it was. Yeah, it was the tiebreaker with Leviathan and Isris. It's like at 9:15 of the game, the Casante had 78 CS and the Varus had 80, and they were laning 2v1 against them. And it just felt like they didn't punish him in a way that I would expect the Casante to get punished here, because usually the top laners are like pretty out of the game, you know? And, you know, there was also, I think it was in the Pain Loud game where they lane swapped and they were kind of playing it different, where it was like Robo was playing Jax and he went mid to share half a level of experience. But then because he was so late to bot, he could never get to the tower. And so like there's some of these situations where I felt like the lane swaps were maybe being a little bit misplayed. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like I said, like the weaker thing about us as a region, like, is the macro thing.
Mhm.
So I feel like lane swap is kind of harder for us.
Mhm.
But I feel like I said, like
Us
they,
as
they
in LLA?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they should know that LTR North is gonna like try to lane swap also.
Yeah.
So I feel like they should be practicing this more. I don't feel like it's gonna be like that same, like you said. Like it's like they shouldn't be this gap, you know. In the,
Yeah.
But yeah, it's weaker in LTR South.
It'll be interesting. So definitely feel like 100 Thieves is favored, but I'm still nervous because they got cocky at Worlds last time, and
I mean, it's also a best of 3.
yeah,
So
and it's single limb, so there's no lower
So
bracket.
it could be over. It could be over very quickly.
Yeah.
I will say though, having them already have gone to Worlds
They're gonna
and
take it
gone
super serious.
through something where they were like, you know, completely underperformed their own expectations. Also,
Mhm.
I think that's really good experience and necessary because they were so young, and so they got, you know, the travel experience. Everything like changes. Your whole routine and everything changes. So hopefully, they'll be better equipped to have handle the travel down to Brazil.
I actually feel like, you know, obviously we're not playing against Korean and Chinese teams or whatnot, but I feel like the NA teams will probably look better than, you know, we do relative to other international competitions, just because, you know, when you go to Worlds, you're scrimming against these like Korean teams for like a month or whatever, and you're just losing every single scrim. So I think that's part of why sometimes when they go on stage, you see them look so like bad and scared, because it's like they've tried everything and nothing works, and so they try to fall back on like the safest strategies that maybe they didn't lose as hard on. But you know, for this one, the teams are just flying down like this week. You're just playing this weekend, so yeah, I think they'll look good.
All right, so we all predict 100 Thieves to win, and it should be the series with the most trash talk. We have Sniper on one side and Titan on the other side. Like, there's definitely gonna
I don't
be
know
some
if I
fun.
want Sniper to trash talk after the last time.
As long as he's not
No
typing
more,
in
no
game
more.
and he focuses.
Nah, his 1v1 with XU was not pretty on either side.
And also, I mean, it's like if you go down to Brazil and you trash talk and then you lose, the
Yeah.
fans are going to destroy you.
I would fear for my safety if I was down there trash talking.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next one then. We got Leviathan
Who finished second.
versus FlyQuest. Yeah, exactly. And FlyQuest, I feel like you were kind of talking to Zell about like originally they were kind of happy. Oh yeah, you know, we're gonna dodge TL and FlyQuest because you know, they're going down to the lower brackets. But to me, I think TL actually is weaker. I don't think FlyQuest is actually going to perform, you know, weaker. I feel like they're fixing their issues way quicker than TL are fixing their issues. So I also have a lot of confidence in FlyQuest going into this one.
So Leviathan, how do you pronounce the top laner's name? Is it Zoth?
Sotbe.
Zothbe?
Yeah.
Zothbe? Is that close? You're like,
No, Sotbe.
Zothbe.
It's Sotbe.
Zotbe.
Yeah, Sotbe.
Okay. So there's like no like V sound. It's like Zotbe.
Yeah.
Okay. I can say that. So Zotbe, and then jungler is Scary. Cody, I think is kind of the star of the team in mid lane, and then Seo and Pro Delta. Cody to me is pretty impressive. I know, like, as far as how he performed in LTA South, all the games I was watching, he was playing really, really well. He leads the league, I think, in like a ton of different categories. Like statistically, he's
almost all of them for mid lane. He's first.
Yeah, like he's crushing it. He's first in CSD at CSD at 10, at gold at 10, the highest KP in the entire league, like higher even than any of the junglers, which I was like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. Second highest first blood percentage in the league, which is also crazy. It's like these are supposed to be jungler stats. He's playing really, really well. So I assume you're pretty familiar with Leviathan.
Yeah. Well, Cody, when I was playing on him versus in LLA, he was like the star. Like we should always focus him because he was the one who can like carry the whole team. So yeah, I feel like this year he come back really strong because he for some months he wasn't playing really well, but now he seems really, really good. He's really comfortable right now with this team. So we know that he can do great stuff. So for mid lane, I think he's just gonna be like the key from the Leviathan.
Yeah, I mean he's been doing a lot of like Ahri and Talia and Aurora, you know, like roaming, playmaking mid laners, and so that's why he's racked up such good stats. You know, like you know, roaming around and making plays with the team. So it's definitely a little bit scary. But I feel like FlyQuest are just so solid, you know, in their game plan. I will hope that they'll be able to neutralize, you know, early. And if they don't get behind early, I just have so much confidence in their team fighting. I think they actually match up pretty well.
Yeah, actually, I also want to talk about Seo, like the ADC. I feel like this guy is really crazy. It's so good. I play with him. I know his lane phase is amazing. So I feel like the support needs to a little bit grow up a little bit more. So like if they get better together, I think there's just gonna be that best.
Hello, one and all, and welcome to the LEC Best of Ones. We're going to be jumping into the game, as we said, first game of the playoffs here in LEC. 3 weeks of action. It's going to be fearless, best of threes. The champions that you see on your screen, you're not going to see again for the rest of this series.
No K'Sante for more than one game? Say it ain't so.
Prepping to drop into the Rift, though, for our first game of playoffs here at the LEC in Winter 2025. Let's be upstanding, folks.
I love it. The chants are already in. We're not even a minute into the game. Yeah, gotta love the passion here.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
See the runes at the bottom of your screen for those invested. Lethal Tempo, bit of a, I guess you could say a bit of a shift in terms of Ezreal, but we're seeing that a lot more these days. The Electrocute receiving significant buffs on this patch. One of the biggest changes is how much extra damage you now get in the early game. And it's nothing to laugh about. Ooh, Humanoid already forced to flash away there. Heretics coming in with the delayed invade, looking to get some deep vision down. Humanoid going to be forced back to base very early on, but yeah, this Electrocute coming out from the Ahri and coming out from Mickey on the Elise as well just gives you that extra bit of power throughout the game.
It does feel a lot nicer than it used to. It kind of was a bit anemic for a few patches, so particularly on things...
This Electrocute coming out from the Ahri. Humanoid already forced to flash away there. Heretic. Bit of a, I guess you could say a bit of a shift in terms of Ezreal, but we're seeing that a lot more these days. The Electrocute receiving significant buffs on this patch. One of the biggest changes is how much extra damage you now get in the early game. And it's nothing to laugh about. Ooh, Humanoid already forced to flash away there. Heretics coming in with the delayed invade, looking to get some deep vision down. Humanoid going to be forced back to base very early on, but yeah, this Electrocute coming out from the Ahri and coming out from Mickey on the Elise as well just gives you that extra bit of power throughout the game.
It does feel a lot nicer than it used to. It kind of was a bit anemic for a few patches, so particularly on things like the Elise, which are all about the base damages and support, you don't really get as much gold unless you really snowball. It can be very dangerous, especially as the Elise does need to get rolling. We've seen a few Elises around the world fail to do so and become a bit of an easy target for the likes of a Leona or a Wukong later on into a game.
Certainly have, but with the delayed invade and the lane swap coming through, Fnatic going to be looking to put some pressure down onto Carlsen in the top side of the map. Oscar, you should have seen Stand on that ward. He will take a decent amount of damage.
Trying to get in range for some experience. Don't think he did, looking at the bars under the health bars, or just above them rather. We head just a little bit further around as we are going to see exactly what this lane swap leaves to us. Vi and Elise early on, you said it was going to be dangerous. This Patante could be experiencing it in a few moments, I suspect.
I mean, Elise is so good at the tower dives, right? Because of her ability to reset the tower aggro. The Cocoon has been locked in. Here we go.
Carlsen still at level 1. He's got the Pathmaker to make himself immune for a second or two to that CC, but he'll still just burn down. First blood donated to Upset.
Now Heretics looking to do the same on the other side of the map.
Okay, looking to make that one happen. Flash away from Oscar and trying to buy some time. Does his best to Drake count step, but just about surviving for now. Fnatic to getting away with it. Teleport back, and we're going again. Oh no, he's still level 1, Carlsen. Cocoon goes wide, and I think Fnatic are gonna breathe for a second. Another chunk comes on through with the Akath in range. There's the level 2, gets hit by the Vault Breaker. How aggressive do Fnatic want to play? They're still getting incidental damage down a half. Carlsen needs to be wary. Cooldown's coming off for Fnatic. Pathmaker used, big damage onto Mickey, but he'll just repel to drop the aggro, but drops right in front of Carlsen. They're going to leave it alone for now, and Carlsen doesn't die a second time.
The good news for Carlsen is he's able to soak up a lot of the XP with the minions dying around him, but crucially that kill went over to Fnatic. The first example, or the execution of the dive was so clean, and you see the strength of this Elise as well, the ability to just mitigate that tower shot. Unfortunately for Heretics on the bot side of the map, Oscar Rinning getting that level 2 was crucial. The shielding from the passive, providing that extra durability and enough space to be able to disengage from the dive and walk away with his life.
And we get a moment to breathe here. Slight gold lead now to Fnatic, courtesy of that first blood, and in the lane swap, that does feel pretty good. The Kai'Sa great into the Ezreal in mid-game, historically a bit of a counter, but once you're out of lane, once you get to use your ultimate to start jumping at the Ezreal who can't then run away, but early on, Ezreal in lane, especially before first backs come through, can be really obnoxious, especially if he lands a Q or 2.
It can be. And now with the dive sort of kind of returning to neutrality, as you highlighted, this gives an opportunity for junglers to move in to their opposing side jungle once more. These top laners are truly isolated from the rest of their team. Notice how Oscar is kind of struggling to know what his options are right now. There's no way for him to catch, and he realizes
ears pierced. Good to know.
will say, listening to pros where after the TL FlyQuest match, so of course the TL players were pretty sad. They were also about how they're trying a lot of stuff. About it. You know, they're and so there's a lot of, I guess, volatility in their practice, maybe for TL. You're like, oh, it sounds like excuses.
I mean, I feel like it is. I feel like when I also mentioned that the 6-3. I think when they're out of auction, they just take 6, and they just try to flex it.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
They're just trying to like flex it. But I don't know, like I think if they're not that champion, I think they're just like
Okay, well, I hope that the intense week of practice that they have is going to, you know, bolster their Team Liquid. Maybe that's one benefit. Also, I feel like because they've been underperforming, they've been
Minions have spawned.
No, we have to improve mode, and so I hope that the extra focus that like getting losses early will help them improve in their practice.
One thing that I'm kind of excited about, you know, for LTA North and South for our teams, you know, as they're going to go international throughout the year, is I do think these kind of tournaments where we're meeting is advantageous, right? Like it's some international tournament experience, right? Like it's not the exact same as Worlds or anything, obviously, but it's an opportunity where you travel, you go, you practice against teams from other regions, you know, and you kind of get that experience, like the Worlds or MSI or First Stand or whatever. So I do think, you know, for both regions, it's hopefully really beneficial. And like when I think about like 100 Thieves team or whatever, right? You know, if they had played an event like this last year, would they have done better or worse? You know? And so I think it'll be interesting to see, you know, how regions interact over time and stuff. What teams they go, and you'll have both.
An ally has been slain.
Yeah, I think it's always
An ally has been slain.
Playing against LCS teams, obviously most teams don't scrim the team they're good I'm sure they could learn something.
I mean, for me, it's gonna be like this, like in paper, in paper. But I feel like even like if in this tournament, like South good for them, like for the next tournament. So I feel like it's pretty good if they win. Also, if they lose, also I feel like this more experience for the team.
Strangers
so
are
it's
just
gonna win-win
friends
for
you
me.
haven't met yet. Killing spree.
I experienced that when we played back in the day. It's like, you know, rest in peace TSM, but no matter what.
An ally has been slain.
why I'm going into this. Like, if it was double limb best of 5, I would feel very, very confident. It's single limb
An
best of 5,
enemy is
right?
unstoppable.
So I definitely think that we're not
An
guaranteed
enemy has been slain.
by any means. I could absolutely see upset.
love the great
but-
outdoors.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the beauty of
Enemy double kill.
I know because
That are for us here at Dive, driven by Kia. If you're watching us as subscribe button, you can miss an episode of the Dive on Spotify. America's stage of the LCA Split 1 playoff, North versus South America now all day. Today begins this Saturday, 11 a.m. Pacific. It is an earlier start. All
One more badge for me. With this purchase, I'll get my responsible consumer badge.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Welcome to Waiting Room, LTA America stage. Yep. I don't know what we're doing, but
I have no idea.
Okay.
You lost me already.
We're in gold now. We've previously been in blue because we were red. Combine the South is red, and now we've moved into the ultimate LTA. Yeah, this is, it's the hands coming together. It's an A. Yeah, they combine and make an A.
Yeah, it's an arrow, arrow pointing down. Now we're together.
I legitimately I had no idea.
Now you didn't have to out yourself. It is the first race of America's competition we've been saying. So we're going, your top 4 teams from North are going to face off against the top 4 teams from South. The bracket, in case you missed it, we do have a quick refresher of what happened to get here. Because I'm going to talk about the North, so things in the North, they didn't go the way anyone expected, but they did it in round 1. That's where things got weird. 100 Thieves, the SXCL, the bloodiest best of 3 in North American history, and Cloud9 got later in the day. So both blocks in Marcos found themselves in the lower bracket. 100 Thieves then got the seeding match, the first seed, something nobody saw coming. We said goodbye to the skies, FlyQuest made short work of Dignitas and Shopify into qualification matches, which set up another clash between Team Liquid and FlyQuest. Fly came out on top in what is now a best of 27 between the two teams to secure a third seed, and Azael and Top Kangas match. So, that brings us with our top 4 teams heading to the America stage from the North: 100 Thieves, Cloud9, FlyQuest, and Team Liquid.
For those of us, many of us who have been only watching newcomers, Leviathan immediately knocking off last year's finalists, Vivo Cave Stars, Kane beat Loud. In their matchup, round 1 wrapped up with an Icarus Astral, a merger of the two held out in a nail-biter versus Furia, while Loud went on a run. Vigo K-Stars and Red Canids in pre-match secured third place, with final seeding being Isurus Estral, Leviathan, Loud, and Pain. So that leaves half of the league left the battle to be the first L2A split winners and advance to international first stand.
Yep, that's the big reminder that the winner of this at the end of 2 weeks is going to be represented for the LTA at the new Fearless First Stand event. So here in the conference bracket, you can see this was the South. Their first round was, they had a lot of 2-1s. Let's just say
but like the upset of Leviathan was squad comparatively low as opposed to the rest of the qualifying teams, and so I think like if you're looking for a cool underdog to root for,
and I'm seeing a trend in both the North and the South because the North we saw FlyQuest go into the losers bracket quickly, and in this case, this is the example of both Team Liquid and FlyQuest going into the losers bracket, but in the South, it was both Loud and Pain, two of the organizations that you saw great success from in the prior years.
Yeah, and we also have now the American bracket, which is also from the South. Bam, here it is. Put on your glasses. Put on your glasses. I got it. It's not quite in focus, but actually on the screen it looks really cool. So pretty much top 4 versus top 4. The number 1 seed will play the number 4 seed all the way down the line. So that is the way that is going to work. And it is single elimination with the final being best of 5. So today, the first seed of the LTA North, 100 Thieves, is going up against the 4th seed from the South, which is the number 2 seed from the South. Leviathan will go head-to-head against FlyQuest, who is the number 3 seed from the North.
And a lot of people, hearing the South fans talk about the seeding, it seemed like they got the draw that they were hoping for, because they played right before us, and we were getting the reactions live when the LA teams, Leviathan and Astral, took first and second seed. It almost felt like they were disappointed, like the Brazilian teams didn't come in first and second seed, but then they saw Aurora first and second seed to hit our yesterday being Valentine's Day, Emily and I wanted to give some love to our competitors in the South on Valentine's Day. In person with us, here's my Valentine. And if you haven't heard, Titan Magic is what we're going to get from today. Raz. Have you heard about Titan Magic?
No, I haven't.
Titanzada Shitskadele, as they say down in Brazil. Basically,
I've heard about Titan.
Some of the unofficial English broadcasters talk to me about how strong Titan is on the Rift, and when they win, when he has that clutch moment, that's it. That's it. I hate that myself. He does it. How can you tell that? How can you tell
Earlier this morning, I saw him in a room working hard at it and talking about how difficult it was to make this.
Okay, cutting a heart shape. I don't know. Rate the shape of it alone. This was actually difficult.
Wait, do the thing where you're going to run. Did no one teach you? Like, there's actually and then you cut it like this. Never mind.
Look.
Okay. No, yeah, you did a very good job. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now let's see some real art. There we go.
I think Leviathan have been really punishing a lot thus far. No one expected them to. This is from
Well, read the poem.
gotta
Wow,
keep
you
it
did your
simple.
research.
Keep it cheesy, keep it corny, and keep it to the heart of Valentine's Day.
Oh boy.
Because I'm a loving man.
Do I want to know what's coming?
I'm loving only to the north. So I see what you're doing to the south. That was my second criticism. So I'm going straight to inspired. By the way, from me to you.
That's
good.
I like that one.
Good.
I like that. From me to you. The only thing I can say that I was a little worried about is saying I'll never quit on you. Maybe you don't get the like Cassandra. Sounds a little iffy. I have to have a safe. I have to have a safe. They know River wide enough to keep me from you. So like stretched them I got too small of an image.
If you saw they did. The one that I remember is
Establish any stakes for you, Rez.
That's true.
You've shaken hands, all splits long, and you haven't actually bet anything. So I got one for you. Actually. Because I'm confident there's no way that all 4 North teams make it through.
I think there is a way, but it's not so likely.
Embarrassing ourselves by saying that. So I must ask you a question, Raz. I bet my mustache on not for the North American teams, but against them. I think we're going to drop at least one series. I think one of the 7 conference teams will make it through. You're confident that all 4
You're just identifying as the LTA South. I knew you were a turncoat.
Just saying, this is the reverse curve. All 4 North teams make it through. Or rather, if all 4
You'll have until April 5th to grow it. That's when Split 2 starts.
Yeah.
I'm down on it. I'm down. Ready to come in through.
Hello, everyone. Over us. How have you been? Are you looking forward to the weekend?
I'm totally out, but I know, right? I think we have a chance in 1 or 2 series here to start on like your players here in Brazil. And I think that the Stroll tomorrow is probably the favorite
So I wanted to ask you to talk a little
first thing that impressed everyone here in Brazil in the South is that Cody was totally out of radar, you know. No one would expect him to play that nicely. He's probably the greatest player in this first split, in this 2 series that we had, and also in the best of 1. He was like winning lane, performing really well in team fights, and I think that right now, if Leviathan has a chance, I really think that he's like an outstanding mid laner. I think the general level of the mid lane here in the LTA South is not that good right now, but Cody, he's just like performing as a beast. He's just way too good.
Man, I've heard him, some people are calling him the Latin faker. Is that a true thing? What's the story there?
Yeah, we say that La Farsa. It's like the Latin faker here in LTA South. Everyone in Brazil would not expect him to do that well, and now everyone's calling him the Latin faker and La Farsa. You guys have to repeat that in North as well.
Okay, I'm down for that. I'm interested in your opinion on Sales, like the bot lane matchup. What is your view on Sales as a player?
Well, right now, Cell, after he won against Benjamin, he just like stand up and scream to Titan. Titan is like the best AD carry that we have, a Brazilian AD carry at least, here in the LTA South. Against the Benjamin, he was just like screaming so much, and he got so much confidence that no one would expect him to do so. And then he go to like a podcast with the Latam community, and then he's just like seem really confident. But I think on the bot lane, I don't think like Masu and Buzio, they're gonna have a problem on laning phase. I think Cell and Pro Delta, they are more like an aggressive way to play in the map. The laning phase, I don't think they are excellent into that. They are also like against Benjamin, against Titan Curry. Titan Curry, so they can just like hold still. That's gonna be fine.
He's the best or second best AD carry in the North, for sure, especially after the performance of the World Spot. So it's, I mean, I am probably favoring FlyQuest in this series. How close do you feel like this is going to be from your perspective?
Well, to be honest, I think Leviathan just no one would expect FlyQuest to be C3, and Leviathan also being C2. That maybe the teams are for the in this series, I think it's like 80% chance of FlyQuest. I hope that FlyQuest don't put this job, because I'm sure it's like that much interest in the FlyQuest. I think FlyQuest just won the game, and they are just Genji to game 5. So yeah.
Well, we're still trying to get to know all the players from Leviathan. Now, we heard that Sale also has a nickname. So we had Latin Faker for mid. Am I correct? Is it Latin Viper for Sale?
Yeah, the Latin Viper, it's La Víbora. La Víbora and La Farsa. It's the Faker from Latin, and so we got La Farsa and La Víbora. You guys can call him as well.
I love the nickname, but FlyQuest slams them, then you get to inherit.
Incredible series, and you're right about him being vocal. This is what we love Bwipo most for. Someone who is like not afraid to say what he thinks, and then of course check himself and be like, maybe we're being too cocky and all these things, drawing it back because they're in the lower bracket, and then still running rough strategy.
Yeah, it was super funny. I know I keep going back to this because you get the sense that he just always wanted to
rotations work, because hearing the scrims, yes, it's every time Whipple, like, and then Lucio kind of reacting to it. I don't know if you picked up on that, but it really did feel like those voices. Trickles down from Whipple, and then the rest of the team deliberates on if they're happy with the play or if they want to follow up on it or not.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird because if you go into a bracket like this, a lot of your expectations are like, oh, so they got knocked to the bottom bracket. They're not the best team in the league yet. I still think that they are. At least what we saw from their domination in the lower bracket was their lane swaps were really strong. Team fighting was just as good. I think their draft really cleaned up from the start. And when we saw that win game, it showcased that they really played that to the early game and then just be beast in team fight. So I think they are right now.
He said Leviton is unlucky.
Yeah.
I actually like I think they would have a lot of
strongest team, rest of Southwest from the North, 100 East, and then we're taking on the 4th seed from the Southern Conference. One of the most carried forward from the
just flaming Quid too. Like, look, man, he's had time to do that. I'm wondering if the biggest move.
Work now in the game and you're fighting constantly. That was always 100 Thieves' MO. That was always one of their strengths. And so now I think this meta, Fearless seems to suit them really well, and the game itself, the way it's played, that kind of bloodiness that they have always wanted, that I know has talked about, he wants the team to have. It's really good.
At the same event that they qualified to the main stage. The team. They lost to Rainbow 7. They didn't qualify. Pain beat Rainbow 7 and then qualified. They lost players. So it's interesting that it was Pain success, 100 failure at Worlds. Now playing in this position where they're now
If any player from North America is going to match the energy of the Brazilian players, it's going to be Sniper, right? Like, he's the guy doing it right now. He's giving people in the North the reaction, the interaction, I think they realize
I think it's going to be a fun comparison. So we should do probably a deeper comparison on the teams as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. We can look at some of the draft choices that they made, with Fearless being part of this format the entire time. Best of 3 fearless, so we've seen a lot of shared champions.
Whoa.
Let's take a look here.
That's a lot.
Oh my God.
So Pain has played slightly more games.
Yeah, I was gonna say I do want to bring up that Pain played, last week in the qualifier where 100 Thieves qualifying as the first seed didn't have to play many matches, but yeah, I think 100 Thieves again have looked really strong in this meta. In particular, Quid looks to be like fully back to his MVP form from last spring. And I'm really curious to see what Pain bring out, since it's still going to be in Fearless. Both of these teams really like to fight.
Yep.
So we're going to be looking at both of them bringing out a lot of team fight comps. And there's a lot of interesting new things to be found on the current patch.
And that's the thing. 100 Thieves probably, even though it didn't look like that, you're right, they had the shorter path to make it here and didn't max out every series. But the main thing being that I was actually really impressed with the champion pools of 100 Thieves. Not only were we seeing new champions from Quid every time, but also a different style of sniper being able to play tanks. The Ornn that we saw on that one side of the graphic made it very clear. What you're seeing in front of you is the combined kills per minute globally, and 100 Thieves is still leading the pack as the bloodiest team in the world to this day.
I also love how you see TL up there as well. They play 100 Thieves, so probably not a coincidence there.
LGD mentioned.
LGD, they're there. But yeah, I think the other thing, I'm glad you brought that up, Raz, is like, I think Ayla has also improved significantly, and we saw in some of those clips, his support Elise was really fun, and especially early all over the map.
And the thing with 100 Thieves, with them having some success last year, is they've always been very good at fighting.
Yeah.
Then they made the one roster change with FBI being added to the team, improving their team fighting slightly. But then the changes to the game, I think, probably benefited 100 Thieves more than it did the other teams in the LTA North, because the game is just a little bit more streamlined. With the way all of the objectives are syncing up, with Otacon spawning at 20 minutes, with Baron being pushed back, and with the feats of strength being added to the game, you pretty much just need to fight a lot more. And they were already very skilled at that. So I think that tweak has catapulted them a bit above where they were last year.
And arguably that's a buff as well for Pain Gaming and a lot of the Brazilian teams, because that's also the style that they like to play. It's just scrap.
Scrap.